Good morning, Kay. Am I correct that it's starting at 10?
Yes, Mike, we are starting at 10. We're just getting set up.
Sounds good. Thank you.
beautiful. I've never been there.
Hey Lee, you've got audio if you wanna just let people know.
Hi, folks. We're getting a little bit delayed of a start because we're all having to reconnect to the local Wi-Fi. And it's a couple of steps, so we'll be right with you. He's trying to turn it on.
That we roads coming up and down from. I didn't even attempt to go up.
It's the leaders like this.
Yeah.
They were trust sliding into each other. Why are you picking them out
Oh, really?
between them? He's a mess. Can get it from get it to it right then.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah. Stuff can be working.
Lee, I have a paper agenda here, if that would relieve
No.
your need for the internet.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. I'll get connected as quick as I can. So, morning to the regular Thursday, January 8th, 2026. Welcome to our first meeting of the year on January 8th of 2026. The Annandale County Planning Commission is called to order. I know that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 in person and Jocelyn online. And I didn't see, is Robin's online also, so we have a forum of one. All right, first item on the agenda was supposed to be our 9 o'clock site visit, so I hope everybody appreciates that we sacrificed our site visit to make it snow. So that we would have a good time with that. And I guess our first item on the agenda is our election of officers. We have 3 officers, the chairman, the secretary, and what do we call the secretary?
Vice chair.
The vice chair. Floor is open for nomination.
Who's who right now? I know you're chair.
Chair, yes,
Secretary.
secretary, and Doffman is vice chair.
I would make a motion to keep you as chair, keep Matt as secretary, and keep Jocelyn as vice chair.
What after that?
Careful what you wish for. Would you like to second first?
I'll second first.
Second first. Okay,
No. Oh, okay, sorry.
Matt,
Aye.
Unless they don't want me.
Hi.
yes, I'll vote aye. I want those guys.
Hmm.
Dustin,
Aye. I'm sure
okay.
Robin would tell those too.
All right, well, thanks. Good, I can move over if somebody else wants to. Approval of minutes, planning commission staff comments.
So we were a little late getting the minutes to you, but they are in the supplement. Hopefully you had a chance to look at them.
Okay. Motion on the minutes,
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
thank you.
Second.
Okay, Moved and seconded.
I wasn't here.
Okay,
Should I vote anyway?
you're gonna
No.
abstain?
Sure.
Okay,
All right,
Matt?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Jocelyn?
Aye.
And I guess Robin, since we have.
Aye.
Okay, minutes approved. See how we click along here? It's good. Staff, anything?
So next month's meeting, April's meeting, will have a Lawson Hill substantial PUD amendment for a property. And for the public's knowledge, we always put these on our website, the applications on our website. Under I think it's called current projects. So planning webpage. March, we're looking at probably having discussion and recommendation regarding building code updates. So we've got the next 2 months, definitely have items. At the BOCC, since our last meeting, they had a triennial review of the airport, plus there were a couple of appeals of written interpretations. And yesterday they adopted all the resolutions related to that. Coming up on the next BOCC meeting on the 21st, we will have the mining regulations, which I'll talk about towards the end of the meeting. And then we also have the an appeal of employee housing mitigation fees. We have a strategic stakeholders roundtable meeting at the end of the month. I think we settled on Monday, the 26th. Not 100% sure on that, but again, you know, watch for notices and such on that. At some point, we probably need to talk about a policy for snow cancellations. We did really good, pretty good this morning at getting the word out that we wouldn't be holding the site visit. And so, you know, safety was important. But at some point, we'll probably have to have a talk about what happens if county offices are closed due to snow. We operate under the same closure rules. If the schools are closed, then we're closed. And we'll have to figure that out. And then the final thing I have is we've been having problems with scammers. They're using AI now to basically scrape our web content. And they're getting quite sophisticated at generating fake emails. That they're going into the application materials that we have online. They find a mention of a fee. They find a lot of stuff, frankly, you know, in the last one that we saw. And they're sending emails saying, please wire us money. Or there may be links. It's like, click on this link to pay. And just as a public service announcement, we will only ever send a request to payment directly from one of our accounts. Or it could be generated from SmartGov, which I think is no reply at sanmiguelco.gov. And then we also sometimes send out emails that come from Civic Plus, but those should never ask for any payments or anything. So for the listening public, if you ever get anything from us saying, please wire us money, call us first or email us directly. Because we don't want any of our citizens to fall victim to these scams. And we're going to be looking at ways to redact, especially emails from our materials that we post online. It's going to take some extra time and effort on our part, especially when we get into the public comments that we receive by email. You know, if we're going so far as to redact all of those and to do it properly so they can't be undone. But that is just, everybody, please be aware of phishing. If it doesn't come from sanmiguelcountyco.gov, ask us. So,
Wow.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
If you are redacting on PDFs and flattening the file so that the redaction can't be undone,
mhm.
is there a way to still keep the text part searchable? Because it's really useful when we get a PDF to still be able to have searchable text, like in the memos that you send or in the.
I don't know right now. Well, we're really just starting to look into this and it's definitely going to add some work for us.
So maybe that might be a comment then, if there's a way to keep it searchable
Yeah.
and workable and not just flat and accessible.
Yeah, and Maura just pointed out that we have a state requirement for accessibility. And it has to be searchable, so we're gonna have to work these out. Because we do have things that are working at cross purposes. You know, we're trying to reduce the the materials that scammers can get. But we have to have everything, accessible. I don't know right now, so.
You get any guidance from the state? I'm sure we're not the only county or entity that's having this issue.
Not that I know of.
All right, so thanks for that. Anything else?
I think I'll probably think of something later, but
We'll be here.
yeah.
Commissioners, anything to this question talk about?
Just for the upcoming application, my wife, Rasa, for the Ilium application, my wife, Rasa Canales, sent an email in support of the gymnastics center. I don't think that it creates any sort of conflicts or anything along those lines, but just want to disclose that email was sent. I can make a fair and balanced decision.
Well, let's move ahead to the Ilium Park Owners Association substantial PUD amendment. Say that 3 times fast. Before the staff starts, I'll ask the question broadly. I'll step up first. I'm a resident of Lawson Hill. I have a business in Lawson Hill. I rent one of the storage units down in Ilium. And I'm happy to say that my daughter is an alumni of the gymnastics program as well, from 10 years ago, 12 years ago. So, any other conflicts to mention or concerns?
Yep, I would say a similar thing. I'm a proud gymnastics parent myself. I was a recipient of the email that gymnastics sent out encouraging parents to email in and provide comments. So, and then subsequent to that, I had a conversation with Teresa discussing the process. So I reached out to her and said, hey, do you have any questions about what's going to happen on Thursday in terms of process? And I was very clear that I couldn't discuss the merits of the case with her. But I did explain how we go through planning commission to the board of county commissioners, and how the decisions are made. So
You had a teaching moment.
a teaching moment, yes.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Just to the extent you're disclosing actual or perceived conflicts of interest, could you state also whether you feel that you're able to remain impartial and unbiased despite those? And if not, consider recusing yourselves.
Okay. You want to
Just as a follow-on to disclosing those things.
Yes, I definitely feel like I can be unbiased. There's a lot more on the table than just gymnastics today.
I feel I can be unbiased.
I also can be fair and unbiased.
Okay.
Ian?
Link.
Yeah.
I just have to say, I worked for Kathy Green for 14, 15 years.
Mhm.
Consider her a friend, so she's been involved in the Lawson Hill side of it. But I think I can give an unbiased, make an unbiased decision here.
Okay.
Despite that.
Thank you. Just to round out the group, online, Joss, you and Robin, anything?
I don't have anything to add.
I don't have anything to add either.
All right, thank you. Take it away.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. So as you know, this is your second meeting discussing the substantial PUD amendment in the Ilium Industrial Park. And the goal of this PUD amendment is to eliminate some redundancies in the matrix, to add 20 residential units to the Ilium Industrial Park, and to add some allowed uses that are new as well. So some of this will be a review, but Our applicant has been Ryan Casuno on behalf of the Ilium Park Owners Association. This amendment would apply to all of the 400 series lots, which are in the Ilium Industrial Park, except for lots 441 and 444, which are open space. All the lots are either zoned industrial or heavy commercial. And this is a two-step review, going to you all first and then subsequently to the Board of County Commissioners after you make your recommendation. So here are the subject lots. Unfortunately, we were not able to get down there this morning to do a site visit, but there may not have been too much on the ground we would have been able to see anyways. But I'm sure you are all familiar with this location down in Ilium. Here's our aerial image of those lots. And then a little background that led to this request is that the Ilium Industrial Park has seen an increasing demand for diversified services from residents in the area. And of course, there's a demand for housing in the R1 school district for employees in the park and then also in the towns. So to summarize some of the changes that have happened since last meeting. You guys had expressed that a brewery or a distillery really didn't seem appropriate in that location, especially with some of the water constraints that the area has been facing. And we want to do a good job of putting all of our resources to the best and highest use. So that note PP that details some of the uses has been amended to omit the brewery and distillery. Otherwise, we did keep it consistent with the land use code's definition of flex spaces because we do like to try to have consistency throughout the matrix in the land use code when we're using these definitions. And then note RR was changed. We identified a couple of those uses that were redundant, that they were already called out in note I. So at this point, note RR is exclusively for a variety store, which was substituted for the grocery store. And that definition of variety store that we are using is the same as the traffic studies. I think it's called the ITF traffic studies definition for a variety store to make sure we're being consistent with that study. And then that traffic study was updated and sent back to CDOT with that change of a grocery store to a variety store. And CDOT was able to get back to us and confirm that no access permit would be required because the traffic is not increasing by more than 20%. So here's part one of that proposal with those updated uses. Flex space as defined in the land use code with the exception of a brewery and distillery. And if we want to bring up that definition of flex space in conversation, I'm happy to do so. And then note QQ, which will be a health, medical, wellness, and event service supplies and sales. This would be health, medical, sports club, exercise and personal fitness facilities, massage, physical therapy, and event spaces. And then that note RR, which is now just exclusively for a retail store. And that definition is that it sells a broad range of inexpensive items, often at a uniform price. Typically sold at a variety store include kitchen supplies, cleaning products, office supplies, food products, household goods, decorations, and toys. It could be standalone or located within a shopping plaza or retail plaza. Probably won't be having a shopping plaza down there, but and then the second part of the proposal was to consolidate those three notes, E, AA, and BB, into the existing note I. And so all four of those notes were almost the same. And this new note I just includes everything that was in those three notes. And the biggest change that's happening here is in the middle of this paragraph where it's changing the affordable housing accessory to a principal use to be within the R1 school district rather than just for persons that are employed within the PUD. And then the third part of this proposal is adding those 20 units of residential housing density. Each of those units has an associated population of 3. So that would be an additional population of 60 to a density bank. And then this density would be distributed through insubstantial PUD amendments, which are administrative review by county staff, and then they are signed off, the matrix is signed off on by the BOCC when those units would be added. And these units would be deed restricted per the county's R1 deed restriction. So some additional considerations is that water, sewage usage, parking, and traffic are addressed in this application. The Ilium Park Homeowners Association has confirmed that they have the capacity to support these uses in the water and sewer services. And then parking for any of these additional uses will be determined by Note D in the matrix, which states that no less than 4 parking spaces shall be provided, no matter how little floor area is built. 1 car per 500 square feet of total developed floor area shall be provided, and that all required parking shall be outdoors. The Ilium Valley Design Review Board may reduce the required parking on a case-by-case basis, but in no event shall the required parking be less than that required in the county land use code. So the review standards for a substantial PUD amendment is that the proposed amendment must be consistent with the approved subdivision plan approval and necessary to achieve the intent and purposes of the PUD. And then it must be compatible with the county comprehensive plan and compatible with surrounding land uses, neighborhood characteristics. And this was identified as an area that would be suitable for some more commercial uses and housing per some of the surveys we did during the East End Master Plan. And the adjacent community, primarily Two Rivers, has expressed support for additional uses and amenities in the Ilium Park. The Ilium Industrial Park's location allows these uses and new residents to be supported by pre-existing infrastructure, including the smart bus stops and the water and wastewater system down there. So this was referred out to the county manager, deputy county manager, attorney, road and bridge director, surveyor, our building official, the San Miguel County Sheriff, the IPOA, Two Rivers HOA, CDOT, San Miguel Regional Housing Authority. And County Manager Mike Bordonia, as this was a comment from before last meeting, that he was a little concerned with all the trip generations from that supermarket, which hopefully has been addressed by that switch to the variety store. And then the Lawson Hill HOA did submit a new letter since the previous meeting that was mostly brainstorming sort of for a future land use code amendment for themselves, as they would also like to see some new uses allowed in Lawson Hill. And then Randy Ryder from CDOT was able to review this and commented that there would not be a new access permit necessary. And then this was noticed back for that first meeting, and since we've continued it at every meeting subsequently, there wasn't a need to renotice. And then the public comments, these first 3 we did receive before your last meeting, so I'll just briefly summarize them again. Kara and Andy Bagnall were in support of adding the flex uses to the matrix, but they were a little concerned about the number of units of population being added. And some of their concerns stem from trash that blows out of the Ilium Industrial Park into the surrounding lands, and they had some concerns about the Highway 145 intersection. And then Patrick Sheehan and Two Rivers residents commented that he's excited for the proposed changes, and he had some concerns about the traffic study and how that would factor in with the development that Town of Mountain Village had planned down there, and would like to see some more joint efforts into planning kind of a vision for the future of Ilium Valley. And then Kathy Green, a Lawson Hill resident, commented that she would prefer that Ilium and Lawson Hill did a land use amendment in conjunction with one another rather than separately. And then I've been updating this morning, but we have gotten quite a few letters from Telluride Gymnastics parents, 33 in total so far, just stating their support for this amendment, which would facilitate Telluride Gymnastics to have a bigger space down in Ilium. And then here is your sample motion for approval. And the conditions included with this are just specifying that those units of density would be assigned through an insubstantial PUD amendments, that those new county deed restrictions will need to be prepared concurrently with the construction of any new units and any conversion of existing units that are changing the use either from commercial to residential, or just really any change of use will need to apply for a development permit and receive that before commencing construction. So I'll turn it over to you all for questions for myself. And maybe Ryan would like to speak as well.
That part. Questions?
Sure. For the doling out of the residential units through the insubstantial PUD, can you just explain what that process looks like?
Yeah, so they would apply on SmartGov for an insubstantial PUD amendment, and then myself, Kay, planning staff would review it and administratively. And then once we approved it, it would go to the BOCC for sign off. And it's really being approved by county staff. And then the BOCC is just saying, yep, we'll put our signature on that matrix page to enact that change.
And what that's doing is, so if you look at the draft, the matrix that you have today, it shows a density bank of 20 units with population of 60. So if a lot says we want density, the matrix gets amended, that density gets moved to the lot that's receiving it, and it gets subtracted from the bank. So that's how we track the movement of where those units are going.
And what happened? I mean, there's more than 20 lots. Obviously, what happens if every owner applies for that density?
They'll be
Just a determination that you guys have to make.
They'll be working through the IPOA and getting IPOA authority, because right now IPOA holds the rights to those units. So they will work through the IPOA and then submit their application. So we won't have to decide who gets those units. That's going to happen at the IPOA level.
The way that the PUD matrix relationship works is that once a matrix is and uses are defined, then actual development of any one of those lots under the matrix is an administrative review or a development permit, or did it come back to us?
So any development activities are administrative. So it does not come back to you. As long as it fits within the requirements of the matrix, it stays with us.
Which is all about.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
So does the matrix currently show which properties have density already?
Yes.
It does, okay. I have a question.
Please.
So I understand that CDOT has approved this, basically given it their blessing. But there's still been a number of comments, and anecdotally, I see every morning that it's hard to get in and out of that turn. Is there a separate process for us to approach CDOT, totally separate from today, and just say, hey, are there improvements we can make to this intersection?
The county, the BOCC, we've definitely had this discussion. And we think it will, especially as Mountain Village works on their development down there. We're going to be hearing a lot more, and there's going to be another whack at it. But if the traffic study that was prepared for this is the traffic study that's appropriate for this.
Yes.
Jared, I see you popped up to the table and you want to say something?
Yeah, we've got Mike has his hand up. I'll let Mike go ahead and take the lead because I assume he's going to say the same thing.
On your laptop, Chris.
Go ahead, Mike.
I think he's being muted.
Hi there. Sorry, I could not unmute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. We got you.
So the county through the CDOT 10-year plan advocated for this intersection improvement as the #1 project in our region. They've programmed funding of approximately 6.2 million towards intersection improvements in year 6. So in 2031, because that plan was published last year. In 2031, they plan to release the funds. In discussion with Mountain Village, we've approached them to say that if they wish to accelerate that, CDOT has indicated that they would likely be willing in this circumstance, but not in general, to allow for the funding to be paid back to Mountain Village should they wish to basically front that money for the intersection, but it does not include the county road realignment that Mountain Village had proposed as a part of their residential development. This is solely for the A-cell and D-cell lanes and widening of the existing intersection at Ilium. But it is in the CDOT plan and there is funding allocated to it.
Good night.
Thanks, Mike.
If I may just add, Lee, so to put a finer point, we have approached CDOT. There are improvements that are planned. It's just a matter of timing for the county to participate in those. And it's up to these developments, and traffic study here showed it didn't reach CDOT's threshold for adjustment, right? And so we're going to keep working on those plans. We have other applicants who are coming out for their own projects, and this will be an evolving issue. So,
just as a matter of practice, and maybe this is a CDOT question, but if this project represents, and I forget the exact number, but I think it was
12.6.
12%?
12.6.
12.6. If the next, does that get then as additional burden on that intersection? Does that get added to the next development to push it over 20%? If the next development comes to us with, another 10% change?
And so, they look at the traffic, the current AM, PM peak traffic, what's already going on there. But as you saw in the study, he did an analysis of the trip generation for the Ilium Park PUD as currently approved, and a trip generation analysis for as proposed. So the other developments that are there right now come in through the background. And then when another project comes in, they should be looking at everything that's been approved as well, plus how much they're going to add. So it's the short answer is yes.
Okay, because I don't know which is going to come first in terms of chicken or egg, but I know that there's a fair amount of development being proposed, contemplated, prepared for in Two Rivers with the other existing lots. And I just wondered if that was factored in better.
That was factored in the 90s.
Okay.
Or it should have been.
Question for is the engineer going to be on today?
Oh, I don't know.
No.
Okay. No. I might just ask a general question then.
Yeah. No. As we recently saw with Society Turn, there was a very detailed traffic study analysis for those impacts. In a perfect world, that would have been done for all of these other PUDs that happened in the 90s. I don't know to what level they were. So, I can't totally say that they did, but the stuff that the units that are already built are definitely there reflected in the background. And yeah, there's about 20 more units to come online. But because all their permitting happened in the 90s, You know, uh, it doesn't impact this.
Okay. I don't know if this is a staff question or an applicant question, or if it's even can be answered, but right after the traffic study detail. So that's page 54 is the end of the detail in variety stores. And then there's a grid called Blossom Hill PUD Development Plan, Land Use Matrix. It's the 400 series, so I assume that that's strictly building.
Mhm.
That I'm talking about.
Yes.
And Two Rivers, is that Two Rivers too?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, so the about 5 pages that follow the traffic study are the draft or the proposed matrix that if ultimately approved, this is what would get signed off and you know, and then used going forward.
Okay, one number just leaped off the page for me. That's in the column under required parking, and the total number of required parking spaces is 535. And I'm trying to visualize how that would fit in Alien Valley. Or if we'd have to pave the whole thing to make that happen.
Well, that parking number is not changing.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
was
that's,
pre-existing.
yeah, and yeah, and we go back and as somebody proposes a development, we look at what they're actually proposing, because we don't want them to overpark either.
Sure.
So you know, you see a lot that says that, you know, it's supposed to have, I don't know which lot this is, it's supposed to have 53 spaces. If they're not proposing a development that needs 53 spaces, then they're not going to provide 53 spaces.
I had a similar question contemplating gymnastics down there. I don't know if you've seen anything from them yet, but
No, there's no application because they can't right now. But what they'll do is when they submit their application, we will look at our land use code and then the, you know, IPOA will also look at the requirements that are in here. And you know, require parking accordingly. And there may be peak periods where it's not 100%. You know, that there isn't a parking spot for everybody that needs one. But you know, what happens is people just kind of circulate around down there and fit in where they can. Kind of like coming here to town. Jocelyn had her hand up.
Oh, good. Yes, ma'am.
All right, I have a question. Do I understand correctly that if we move forward the way this is presented, that basically all future development in the industrial park could then fall under one of these 3 new uses or use categories rather than the previous industrial heavy commercial ones?
It could fall under industrial, heavy commercial, as well as the new use categories.
Right, but if market forces dictated that what was easier or, you know, there was more demand upfront for were these new uses, there could be no further industrial or heavy commercial uses added.
Hypothetically, but I guess I would ask which uses you would be concerned with kind of dominating. You know, I think some of the changes that were made since the last meeting, you know, are scaled back a little bit on what uses would be allowed. So, you know, we're allowing catering, but there's really no restaurants listed as a part of these uses, allowing event spaces. So some of it in, you know, fitness centers. So there is a good variety in there. And I think, you know, some of the concern was that every single lot would be turned into a restaurant and whatnot in Ilium. But that's really not an allowed use per this update. So it'll be, you know, similar allowed uses with some differences to Lawson.
I don't think, I'm not worried about something in particular dominating. I'm just trying to understand, the potential outcomes from these changes. I think the proposed additional uses are really, appropriate. I just think we might want to look at limiting the overall number of lots that are moved out of light industrial, heavy commercial use, because the market forces, I think, the reason it's not built out now is because it's slower. It's, it's not, there's not as much demand. So I'm just wondering if, like the housing, we should be looking at some kind of cap, or if we should be looking at some kind of something where like the housing is not on the ground floor or is not standalone. Just if we should be looking one step further at making sure we end up with the appropriate mix.
Gotcha. Yeah. Currently, as it is written, there's no requirement for a certain percentage to remain industrial, as it is written right now. No.
Yeah, that might be something to hold on for your discussion after we have the applicant's presentation and then the public comment. And that'll give us an opportunity to kind of think about something there.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to make
That's
sure I
okay.
was understanding correctly too.
Yeah.
Good, you raised it. We can percolate. Yes, ma'am.
I had a question on page 29 of the PDF. There's this survey plat from 2014. I was just wondering what that is intended to show. Other than just some of the lots.
That may be a question for the applicant.
It comes right after. Page 29 of our PDF. It comes right after. Something signed by Sherry Reader.
Yeah, it's a subdivision exemption plat. That shows some of the westernmost lots. 440-1 through 6. And I don't know quite why that was included in the application. I think it might have just been informational.
Yeah.
document.
But it's not the whole park, right? We're just
No.
looking at a few lots.
Yeah.
I might have the same question for the applicant then here in a minute.
Wait,
Okay, yes, sir.
I'm trying to figure out what's the right time to talk about the questions that Kathy Green actually raised about Lawson Hill versus upper and lower Lawson Hill and how that should be approached.
Yes, so Upper Lawson Hill is separate. And they could certainly apply for their own PUD amendment. But it's really not because they're, two separate matrices. And two separate, original approvals. We wouldn't want to combine them anyhow. So they can apply for theirs at any time.
Okay. It didn't sound like it from what I was reading, but.
Well, there's some backstory and some history that I won't go into today, but
You don't have to go.
they can definitely, talk to us and, about what they need to do to apply.
Okay,
And this one, IPOA, is their own water and wastewater provider. So
Two, or a key difference is that
that is a key
Both the
difference.
Town providing waste and water.
Yeah.
Got it.
to Lawson.
Okay, do you think it would be helpful to give like a 2-minute explanation of that?
I think I've said enough for this meeting.
There's worms in that can.
Yeah.
I know, but there's also
Yeah.
people and, I
Right.
mean,
Yeah.
I've tickled the worms, but
It's a different property. It's like, an average person coming and saying, hey, I want to have an SUP on my property. And they say, oh, well, you need to include somebody else's property somewhere else. It's totally different property.
different property.
It is all part of the Lawson Hill PUD, but they have very distinct land use matrices, is what I'm saying.
And development histories.
Yes, that too.
Okay, anything else from the commish? Then we'd like to hear from the applicant.
First, I would like to say thank you very much for your time, and a big thank you to Nicola. She was very helpful through this. I had many conversations with CDOT, which I want to elaborate on a little bit because I know that's a big point that you guys would like to learn about, but Nicola was very, very helpful in getting this application done, so thank you. Since the last meeting, a lot of my time has been to address mainly the conversation regarding the grocery store, and then a lot about CDOT, because that was one thing that I think everybody wanted clarification, including ourselves. First, I'd like to say the requirements for our application were a level 1 traffic study for our industrial park area. And that's where we started doing traffic counts, and with the definition of the supermarket, it was right at that 20% threshold. I think it was just a little bit above, but it was a valid point that we needed to address because the idea of a Costco, or I think that was part of the conversation, or a large supermarket is just not what we were intending at all. We're hoping to get a small, it's limited in this matrix to 1,000 square feet per unit, of a place where people in Two Rivers and future Mountain Village residents of that development can go get milk at night and not have to drive into town. That was the idea of what we were proposing. So through many conversations with Bechtold Engineering and CDOT, we came to the variety store definition, which we felt was a lot more accurate and represented what we were really hoping to do. We're not bringing Costco to Ilium, I promise. But that's per the level of the traffic study. That's what we were being held accountable to. So once we made the adjustments, we were below that threshold of the 20% by quite a bit. Actually, it's like 12%. I think John mentioned that. So we were fulfilling that CDOT threshold, but common sense, and everybody's brought it up, is it's the 145 turnoff, right? Is really the concern, which then adds the sheriff traffic and Two Rivers traffic and Telluride gravel traffic. And so CDOT actually required us to open up the scope and bring in that discussion of the, I think Kay mentioned that the AM and PM peak hour, I think it's called peak hour traffic. Mountain Village was very generous and allowed us to use the data that they had from their level 3 traffic study, which you guys are all aware is already happening as part of their development, to make sure that we did not trip that threshold as well, which is beyond the scope of our application, but common sense. It was common sense that we should not put everybody in danger of that. And through the Randy Reeder and Jennifer Ellison, again, very helpful and many conversations into it, also confirmed that per CDOT's levels of threshold to AM/PM, this does not affect that or push it above that. One thing that I want to mention that was very interesting, CDOT actually went back and looked at the dangerous intersection and found that in the last 5 years, there's only been 1 accident there. And in the last 18 years, there's only been 2 accidents there. So the idea, and everybody knows, Jared and I think Mike brought up, this is on CDOT's radar. There's already money budgeted for the improvements to do the acceleration lane and address some of the other things that are way outside of my ability to address and our application. But we did take the time to address that because we thought it was very important, and we know it's a concern for a lot of people. So that was a substantial, and I got that final review and comment from CDOT, I think on December 23rd. We were really pushing, and then again, Nicola was very accommodating for us to try to finish all of this in. So I want to make you guys aware that we spent a lot of time with CDOT and Randy's supervisor, Jennifer Ellison, on this issue to make sure it was safe. And then the other definition from supermarket to variety store was very important because that addressed true thresholds and really our intention. Regarding Lee had some comments about the Two Rivers and the additional school projects going on. My reply to that would be all of the lots in Two Rivers that are vacant but being developed are already on the matrix and are already platted for and considered with traffic study stuff. It's not like we're doing an entire new subdivision with each development. A lot of those are accounted for, as is the parking we talked about in the matrix. So as long as it conforms within square footage and use and stuff that's already done, it's already kind of accounted for. So I just want to make sure that people aren't under the impression that if somebody builds a building that is within the matrix guidelines, we're not going above and beyond what's already thought out in the traffic studies of previous and subdivision development. Regarding the plat that is on there, I apologize. That's probably my error. And it looks like this was the subdivision of lot 440, which was previously a very large lot and then subdivided into smaller lots. For instance, 440-6 is the new Telluride storage building already developed. 440-5 is the car gated shifter property. 440-4 is already the veterinary. Those are all developed. And then past that, it's a landscaper lot, and a landscaper lot, which are there. The other thing that I wanted to kind of point out to address, and I want to make clear is we're not taking away any uses. So all of the light industrial and heavy industrial that's already approved in there, they're allowed to stay, and future lots are allowed those uses still. We're not saying we can't have industrial there. And I do think that there are market forces for some demand, such as the variety store, which we've heard from many Two Rivers people that they would like to see. But the fact of the matter is there is a need for light industrial and always will be, and it's currently there and used by many construction companies. So I don't think that's definitely not going to just disappear to, I think it was mentioned our conversation about many restaurants down there. It's just market forces won't allow that. There's not the demand for that. But we are very excited to help really the community with a lot of the needs. Telluride Gymnastics, we're very excited to get them a home. There's a lot of stuff going on in Lawson Hill with some of that. CDOT will be building their bus barn down there. And we've been told probably this summer they're going to start with that.
CDOT's building.
Or not CDOT, sorry, Smart. Yes, sorry. Yeah, not CDOT, Smart. Who Telecam already sold them that lot a few years ago. They're going to start their bus barn development. So a lot of that light industrial community transportation, some fitness and athletic and event space. I have a 2-year-old daughter. She just had a fantastic time at the gymnastics for a birthday party. I don't want to lose that, and I don't think our community wants to lose that either. And residential, everybody knows we need more residential. So we're really trying to make things conform, solve multiple community needs, and we really appreciate your guys' support.
Okay. Jocelyn, you want to come back with your question about mix?
Yeah, I think that all makes sense. I still think we should maybe look at putting just some kind of cap or balancing piece into it.
Okay, when a development application comes to you, one of the mentions that was in there was about seeing to it that commercial was on the ground floor, residential was above, but that was the kind of thing that we might want to consider. Are there guidelines, or is that part of what the DRB would handle? How would you deal with that?
Yeah, I'm actually over here researching stuff.
Okay,
So
we can come back to it.
I think yeah, when we get to a discussion after public comment. Have something.
There was something in here that talks about ground floor commercial with second level low rise residential. That's in,
I remember the phrase.
that's in Bechtold's study.
Yes.
I don't know if that holds anyone to anything, but that was their idea.
Yes.
Well, in your, Ryan, in your conversations with, CDOT and with the, engineering folks back to, Bechtel, I was curious how, I mean, certainly there are times when the estimates are way off in any given project. And I was curious what the most common failure point was. Because it's very elaborate, obviously, there are tables that we use and there's definitions of types of uses and how many cars they're gonna drive and so forth, so. I understand that there's a whole universe of math involved. I just was kind of curious, what do they get wrong most frequently? And I don't know if you have any idea.
My short answer is, that's above my pay grade, but I do know that, with the matrix, as Kay said, the matrix and plans are done pretty conservatively. And then if somebody does a building development that has a use per the ITE, the transportation engineers shows that it's not going to be that, then we adjust down. But I know that the plans are typically more conservative. I don't know. And you are right on, in the Bechtold engineer, the definition is low rise residential with ground floor commercial. So it is considered, and also please keep in mind, this is, every development will also go through the IPOA DRB process for review.
And if I could just chime in on, in the matrix, residential uses have to be accessory to a principal use, so you can't actually have a lot that only has housing on it.
Correct.
Oh,
We talked about no apartment buildings. It really is, the idea would be to have we've had so many contractors that are like, we just need a place for somebody to either have a crash pad or we can't hire people. Yeah, so it's in the definition of the traffic study.
Yeah, it's important that we carry stuff over to the matrix. And I'm trying to find that in the matrix, Nicola, if you could.
It's just in note I, because note
Oh.
I is the allowed uses, and so we did change that it wouldn't have to be for persons employed within the PUD, it could be for persons within an R1 school district, but
Okay.
it is affordable housing accessory to a principal use, so there would have to be another use on that property before housing would actually be allowed to be built on any given lot.
Does it say affordable housing? Cause that's a buzzword. So now what are we contemplating?
We-
We're not just saying.
it's R1.
Sorry.
It can be restricted.
Yeah, we have the condition about deed restriction.
Yes.
I didn't notice one, but I'll ask since you're in after the matrix. Are liquor sales under someone? Is there a liquor store possibility?
It's on the list. It was on the list, I thought.
Liquor stores are not on there. We did have the brewery distillery originally under flex spaces, but that was removed. And liquor sales is not listed under any of the allowed uses that are being added, no. Whether or not that could be included at a variety store, I'm not sure. I think that might be Colorado state law that no, so, yeah.
Any question?
I have a question is, why, is there a negative to having standalone apartment buildings? I don't understand the problem.
That's just the way that the matrix was originally set up, with that emphasis on industrial uses, because it wasn't originally intended to be like a neighborhood subdivision. And so that's just always been the way that housing has been implemented down there in the Ilium Industrial Park.
Now the question, does the people staying in the units above the businesses don't necessarily have to be employees of that business?
So historically, they had to be employed within the Ilium Industrial Park, but a part of this amendment is to negate that requirement so that they could just be employed within the R1 school district.
Okay, so that takes care of that.
Mhm.
Okay, good. That's a good thing. Thank you.
allowing full-blown residential in the industrial park would potentially offer conflicts in terms of complaints and so forth. I think the expectation if you're living above a garage, that you're living above a garage. Not if you've got one of 16 units that are just housing.
Yeah, I guess I can see that. Okay, thank you.
I was curious how we came up with a density of 3 per dwelling unit as opposed to 1 or 2 or 5.
I think that's the average. Typically in the matrix, that's what's associated. And sometimes it has to do with square footage available. But
Okay, because some of these are actually gonna be, they're very large lots. They could have, I think I saw in the matrix 80 some cars, which you could contemplate having a pretty large penthouse above a pretty large building, so. Same question,
like you're saying, there could be room for more density.
yes.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I think that this was just a number that folks felt good about. I think adding 60 units of population probably is, it will change, kind of the nature of Ilium Industrial Park as it is right now. And I think that was a number that folks felt comfortable. And I think going too far above that, maybe would just add too much congestion. Yeah.
And that's 3 per unit, not 3 per lot.
3 per unit, yes.
Yeah.
So,
And so a lot of this is going to get sorted out within the insubstantial PUD amendments as we're allocating and shifting things around. So we're not increasing gross floor area. So there's going to have to be, a shift. When we do the insubstantial amendments, there'll have to be a shift, not only to move the units, but also and the population, but also to possibly shift floor area from non-residential to residential.
Which that can be done by way of an insubstantial PUD amendment as well.
Yeah.
So we're defining the size of the pie.
Yeah, I guess I'm just, for example, I'm looking at lot 400 and I don't even know, maybe it's already built out, I have no idea, but max floor area is 30,000. Okay, so that's 10,000 square feet on 3 levels. Top level could be a 10,000 square foot housing unit.
Within the land use code, there's a definition for population density. And a dwelling unit with floor area between 900 square feet and 1,500 square feet equates to 3 persons of population density.
Okay.
And so something greater than 1,500 square feet would associate with 4 persons. And something less than 900 square feet would equate to 2 persons.
Being on that top floor. And just slicing
Conceivably,
it.
yeah.
Okay,
Well,
okay, that makes more sense.
but specifically lot 400 doesn't exist in each lane. It's got subdivided into 400-1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I don't even know if it's built out. It's just-
There is still a lot 400, but you're correct. There is a 1, 2, 3, 4A and 4B at this time, and actually 415 and 425. The original lot 400 was essentially all of Vance Drive,
Yeah.
and then through different subdivisions, we've done it. But lot 400 is directly west of the old Telluride Tire Building, which is 415. And you're right, it is a large lot, and that is still owned by Telecam. And I can tell you, yeah.
Purely hypothetical.
Yes, absolutely.
Just talking about, so can a lot only
Yes.
have 3 humans on it? What if it's a really big lot? It sounds like it can have more humans if there are multiple dwelling units put onto that
Yes,
small.
and each
lot.
dwelling unit will be limited by that person's square footage per the land use code definition.
Perfect, okay, I think that satisfies my curiosity, thank you.
But the cap is 60 people or 3 in each unit of 20 units, is that correct?
Correct. For the entire ask, it is capped at 60 people
Okay.
and 20 units. Correct.
And no one has to build, right?
Correct.
And how do you allocate the 60 out?
That's a good question. And that's so the way that we did it the safest for IPOA, as Kay mentioned, this density bank will be managed by IPOA. We are not distributing it to any individuals at this time. IPOA will come up with the most fair system that we can, and then those people will come to planning for that insubstantial PUD amendment. We don't have a way, we haven't defined a way to do that. We know that there is demand, but we don't know, one, we didn't know how many we were going to get through this process, so we didn't want to say, we didn't, distribute 20 and then we only end up with, 15 or 25. So IPOA will be in charge of finding a process for that distribution after the PUD amendments, I guess, completed, if hopefully if and when it's completed, so. Yeah.
There's not a similar situation up in Upper Lawson, right?
Actually, we've had a number of situations where we've shifted density around. We had somebody that they only had density for a certain, they got capped by that 900 square feet thing. So, and they needed to do a small addition. So they were able to transfer one unit of population from another lot to their lot and then do the addition that they needed to do.
Okay.
So there is a way, we have done this,
This is
number of times.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
On those particular transfers, there usually is an exchange of funds for it. Is IPOA gonna charge for that density?
I would assume yes. At some point it'll be on market conditions and see what the threshold is, because we need to recoup legal costs, application fees, stuff like that. We have not determined a process, an amount, anything really, because we don't even know what we have yet until the PUD's done. Obviously, after that point, I'm assuming you guys will be a part of the process for that, because they will be insubstantial PUD amendments. So you'll be aware of that. But you're right. Telecam actually sold square footage and density because a Lawson Hill person did that addition, to try to accommodate them through the insubstantial PUD amendment. As Kay, I think your analogy was squishing the toothpaste. So we have moved stuff that is on the matrix to other lots, but the difference is we're creating more, which is the substantial PUD process.
We're not quite at public comment area, but one of the few notes of concern was in regards to the 20 versus why not 10 units, and the issue of trash and dust control and like noise was mentioned, but that's correct. Do you have any kind of plans in place for that? Any transition from purely industrial to something else?
There are standards through IPOA and the DRB and the board, which need to be adhered to. Usually when those situations happen, as it happens everywhere, bears flip over a trash can that wasn't sealed properly, and then the wind kicks up and it blows down the hill. We do hire our HOA manager to help mitigate and do trash pickup. I can say some of the landlords, myself, we very strongly encourage tenants to pick up after themselves after those incidents occur. Regarding the amount of density, that's what we were kind of originally planned to, and that's what all the calculations have gone to through the studies we've done. So my short answer is that's what we got approval for, and I don't want to mess with that number because then it changes traffic studies and stuff like that. So.
All right, if there's no other commission or staff questions, we will. We will open the floor for public comments, and just a quick note about the ground rules, please come up to the microphone if you're here, or raise your hand if you're online, introduce yourself when you have the floor, and please hold your comments to 3 minutes, and I'll cut you off at 3.5. Okay, who would like to speak? And as I typically do, I'll alternate between folks who are here in the room and folks who are online. So whoever wants to step up first, go ahead. Yes, okay. Well, he can't do it if he wants to.
Hi, my name is Jenny Gordon. I'm a property owner in Lawson Hill commercial lot, and I'm also a lot owner in Ilium. On one of the affected lots. And this is a really big ask. It's a big deal. I sat in for 7-hour county commissioner meeting for the final approval for the Genesee Society turn. And the asks there are very similar to the asks here for flex space, medical, all the kinds of things that are being asked for. And that was 400,000 total square footage that was being zoned for these types of expanded uses. And it was a 7-hour back and forth battle with a lot of people feeling, even I think the commissioners by then feeling it was too big, but the carrot was the medical center. I don't know how many buildable square feet total this is, and I'd like somebody to speak to that. How many buildable square feet are you asking to have this overlay of zoning into this industrial park? I agree with Jocelyn's comments that the highest and best use is the highest and best commercial value, and that over time, the industrial gets squeezed out. I don't agree that some lots should get this zoning and other lots shouldn't. I think there's got to be some kind of equitable across the board for what this is doing, and I applaud you for doing it that way, rather than coming in with just particular application for some particular lots. So the whole concept of this, back in 2015, the Planning Commission created a neighborhood commercial zone that was applied to Upper Lawson. And it was very specific as to what it was trying to do, to be close at hand, trip reducing neighborhood commercial uses that offer goods and services needed by residents, existing businesses, employees, blah, 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 blah. And that was very restrictive in its nature. Somehow in the new land use plan, all of these areas ended up with the potential for what was granted out at Society Turn and this whole flex space concept. And I think just in your conversations, you can see how many questions there are, how many variables there are. I would not like to see 20 units given to the IPOA for them to disperse and sell to the highest bidder. I think there should be a plan on that before it's included in here. Whether it's a lottery or whether it's first come, first serve. I'm glad to hear it won't be an apartment building. That was one concern that I had. But this is being proposed for uses that would potentially make it a regional shopping center. And even the words, the variety store can be standalone or located within a shopping plaza or a strip retail plaza. This is not neighborhood commercial. This ask goes way beyond the neighborhood of Ilium. It is going to be an attractor, and I think things like the gym are great, and I don't know why we couldn't have something like that included. But to me, this is a lot, and it is opening it up to all retail. I don't know why a liquor store would be prohibited. A retail store is a liquor, I mean, is retail. A liquor store is retail, sorry. Anyway, I probably don't have a lot of time to speak on a very, very complex subject, but I don't think anybody's thought through, and asking Kay these questions, the real implications of this expansive request. If it really is just for the valley for right now, I think it's premature to be granting all of these uses. I think as the valley develops and there are more housing, I mean, maybe for now, it's just a few of these things that the neighborhood might really use in the next 5 to 10 years. So those would be my comments for now. Thank you.
Okay, anyone online? Up to you, Graves. Okay, back to the room.
Well, hello, and thank you guys for being here and working so hard on this. This is a lot to go through. I'm Teresa Brocklin. I'm one of the owners of Telluride Gymnastics. And we're currently occupying our space in Lawson Hill that we've been at for over 15 years, but when that lease ends, Smart is turning that into a bus garage as well. So we've been looking for a new home for the past several years and found a suitable land in Ilium. And currently we are just looking for a large open industrial space, because that is what gymnastics needs. We just need a lot of big open space. And so Ilium is kind of a perfect spot for us. But in order to move forward, we need to have health and fitness as a land use code. And so we are just kind of talking about how we would like to build a large steel building for gymnastics primarily, and having the desire to be down there, and feel like we have a lot of public support on that. And if for any reason gymnastics weren't working out down there, we would at least have a large industrial spot for whatever was to come next. But our main purpose is for a gymnastics space. So just hoping to have some support for that.
Okay.
Okay.
Online? Anyone else here in town? Listen.
Annalisa Rebel, resident of deed restricted housing. I own Alpine Title and I work for Lawson Hill. The only thing I haven't really heard you guys talk, what I think enough about is the parking. Cause I think there's enough parking allocated with the 500 some odd spots, but I've also experienced from Lawson Hill that an insubstantial amendment can kind of, not a lot of public comment happens on those because you don't do any notice. So unless people pay attention to what's going on, they wouldn't know about an insubstantial amendment. I'm just playing out in my head a gymnastic space that then becomes something else. Fortunately, they probably have enough parking demand. I don't think they have enough parking available where they are currently. And I hope that they can get a space that has enough parking, but I think that has become probably one of the largest problems in Lawson Hill, is not having enough parking for everyone, for everything that needs to happen. And when you add a lot of extra uses, you need a lot more parking. And so I just think, not just saying, oh, if the first user of a building isn't going to use it, then we don't make them develop the parking. What happens when a different use comes into that building that requires the parking? Where do you get it from if you didn't plan it to begin with? So I think I really liked Haley's comments about maybe having a little more structured planning around how all of this is gonna work, and not just throw it out there and see what happens. Cause I think I've heard in the room that I think a fear would be that the light industrial and commercial uses would go away because people are going to want to make more money off of their property. So they're going to build as much as they can. And then the construction guys, I guess, will just move down the road to Norwood. I don't know where they'll go. But I think those industrial uses will, over time, having seen that through my own business, go away.
Okay, thank you very much. I see Cameron Zyklon would like to join us.
Krista Kimball had commented in the chat as well that she cannot raise her hand, but would like to speak.
Okay, Tara, thanks.
Hi, yeah, thanks for allowing me to speak. I wanted to address a couple of things. So just to disclose who I am, Cameron Jones. Yeah, so my name's Cameron Jones. I'm the president of Telecam, and have been involved in the entire kind of Lawson Hill Ilium Valley project for the last 30 years. So, you know, part of the original mandate and objective of the entire development was to bring density and bring opportunities for local residents and local businesses to be able to live and flourish and contribute to the local economy. So, you know, while I appreciate, you know, some of Ginny's comments around, you know, thinking that this is too much, too fast. Frankly, Telecom ran into those kind of 30 years ago when proposing Lawson Hill in the first place, and fought back a ton of people who felt like, oh, this is too much, too fast, too soon, too big. And it's now like one of the, you know, it's now a kind of a case study for responsible development for, you know, to support local people and industries, including the Gordons, who have a very successful business at Lawson Hill. So, you know, I think we can't be reactionary in terms of thinking that this is, you know, this is too much. You know, we're just trying to provide the flexibility for the area to grow according to the community needs, and the changes to the use cases that have been driven by feedback. It's not stuff that we just made up. It's, you know, we did surveys and we understand that this is what people want and need and want to see down there. The additional housing, we're adding density where, you know, we want to add density where there is already a build out, as opposed to taking over more open space, creating more affordable housing in unbuilt areas. It just makes more sense from an infrastructure and cost perspective to put density where there's already development. And then to address some of the parking and kind of traffic concerns, you know, as areas develop, I'd love to see, and I'm encouraged to see SMART expanding its bus barns and its traffic. And, you know, frankly, the county should be encouraging more public transportation and more use of public transportation. That's just a function of a growing, economically successful area. Excuse me. So those are my comments. Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay. Thanks for your input. Anyone else here locally? We'll go to, who was it that was on?
Krista Kimball.
Okay. Krista, if you want.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. So my name is Krista Kimball. My husband and father own Ground Pounders, so we also own a lot in Ilium, lot 418. And we also have 2 children in gymnastics, competitive gymnastics. So I was one of the 33 people who wrote a letter of support. I do realize this is a lot to unpack. There's a lot of situations and scenarios of looking into the future and what Ilium might look like. But my biggest thing with all of this is to make sure we're not overlooking the short-term effects if this doesn't get passed, in that we could lose Telluride gymnastics because of it. And that affects kids in our community from preschool through 12th grade. It's not just gymnastics, it's ninjas, it's birthday parties, it's a lot of kids, and they offer a lot of community support. So just want to make sure in your decision that you're not focused so much on all the other things that this gets squashed because of those other things, or if there could be an exception. And as Teresa said, they're looking at building a large metal building. So it would still be considered that industrial type that Jocelyn's concerned about losing as well, that could be useful in the future for other things, if it came to it. I know one of the concerns is losing that like industrial nature of things there. Ground Pounders, we're looking at building the, you know, industrial space with a living unit. And I think that I don't feel like the construction people would feel like they're being pushed out. I think it would be more the people who want to live there would have to know that this is also an industrial community. And they'd have to be happy knowing that they are living in this type of community. So I don't see the construction people being pushed out necessarily, mainly because they would have to go to Norwood. And that's a lot of travel and extra expenses on businesses to have to do that. So those are my two thoughts. I just hope we don't overlook the health and fitness being a huge turning point right now, and especially with the thought of losing it.
Okay, thanks for your input. Robin, I see your hand up, but we probably want to hold you until we close public comment, and then I'll cue you up first.
I kind of have public comment, less as a commissioner. Is that, or should I just wait?
Yeah, you need to wait.
Okay, thank you.
Don't get to wear that hat today. Okay, anyone else in-house? See, Mr. Tooley is here and has his hand up.
Had one in-house.
Oh, sorry, please. Oh, please.
Hello, this is Doug Tooley. I am a homeless resident of Mountain Village, thanks to retaliation from the real estate industry and their democratic establishment hate prostitutes.
And
I have had substantial experience in these issues. I am reminded specifically of the South Lake Union area, which had a eminent domain play put on it against the small industrial business owners. That area, like these properties, that is a transition zone. If you're not familiar with the South Lake Union area, it's where the Amazon headquarters are now through a process of natural evolution. Amazon and a number of other uses, including residential. I'll just note those instructions to the public process from the current powers be. You put forth this face of being in competition, but the sad fact is that the workforce of this community is still not being properly respected, and that is part of the core business model, which the Democratic establishment, the Nancy Pelosi Bay Area Catholic establishment.
Can we bring this back to a local perspective there, Douglas?
Still, well, I would hope that that what happens here will have national ramifications, and you have no authority whatsoever to limit my scope of conversation. And I will note that as another instance of the Democratic Party establishment practices, of which I cite. Thank you for the time.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, your name?
My name is Leah Cristodoro, and I have been working at the gymnastics gym since 2020. And it's a very special place to me, but I also know that it offers a lot more than just health and fitness. Like, it really contributes to so many community members, all the way out in Rico. We have people from Norwood, Mountain Village Town, Lawson. And I just wanted to second a lot of what Krista said, where if we don't focus on what's happening right now, like, we might lose the gym. And I think that's going to take away a lot from our community. I know that kind of anything could happen in Ilium moving forward, but I think it's really important that we focus on here and now, because like Krista said, it provides a lot for children and families, right? Because whether or not they choose to participate in preschool and other things, like, people need after school care. People want to participate in birthday parties, have their children be healthy. Like, it's just a lot bigger than just like a space. And so I just think it's really important that we move this forward so that we can have a new space and continue what's happening, because like you were saying, SMART is going to be taking over our facility soon, and we would have nowhere to go. And so this program would be over the business would be over, my job would be over. So it's gonna have a negative impact on the community, if we don't make this happen. So I just wanted to second a lot of what Krista and Teresa said.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
I have 10 seconds then to ask Kay a question.
I believe we can spare that. Go ahead.
Is there an option for the gymnastics to do their own amendment to the matrix?
I will respond when I have the full response afterwards.
Your questions on the table. Thanks very much. Any other public input? Going once, going twice. Okay, we will now close public input and proceed to our discussions and further questions, perhaps for staff or the applicant. And then we'll go from there to some rationale and a vote, or not.
So I've been taking notes. A question came up early about square footage. Right now, the area is approved for 266,100 square feet. That's not changing. So all of these uses have to work within those existing square footages. And within the allotments that are set forth for each lot. We do have instances, as we've noted, where we've moved floor area from one parcel to another. When the storage facility came in, they moved 10,000 square feet from another lot to their lot. And it just made sense. So it's 266,000 today. It'll be 266,000 tomorrow. Regarding that, the neighborhood commercial, that was actually a master plan amendment, part of the Telluride Regional Area Master Plan. Do we have everybody muted? I'm hearing voices. And it was specifically relating to Upper Lawson. When we had adopted the East End Master Plan, that element was preserved so that if there is a proposal to amend the Upper Lawson matrix through a process similar to this, we've got that backing it up in our current master plan. The shopping plazas or strip commercial, that's coming straight out of the ITE definition. If you wanted to rephrase that and say that, say the store can be standalone or located within a mixed-use building, would probably be more compatible with ours. It's just in drafting it, they pulled the ITE definition, which is obviously not really us. Regarding parking, as we already mentioned, we have the parking, required parking per lot. We also have minimum parking standards in the matrix notes. And then we also look at the land use code. So we make sure that, we have at least the land use code minimum on those parcels. And then how we got here today, over the last several years, we've received a lot of requests from individual property owners. Can I add this? Can I do that? We've had people looking at trying to move into the old Telluride tire facility, but not necessarily fitting within the matrix. So, that's when we began having meetings with Ryan about what they could do in order to try to solve all of this at once instead of piece by piece by piece. So we really do think it that this will take care of that. We've had people say, can I have more residential uses? Can I have more can I do this commercial use or this activity even? And And we've had a few people just kind of go wild and do their own thing, that aren't necessarily fitting within the current matrix. And this would solve some of those problems. And as Ryan mentioned, they did do a survey, to see what the demand was. That said, listening to all of this so far, I have a couple of suggested edits to the matrix. I can give them to you now or whenever you want them.
Well, I have a question for Nicholas. A fair amount of what's being proposed is essentially cleanup of combining the multiple entries that have the same information on them. How would you, either one, how would you characterize any additional capabilities, any additional permitted uses within the matrix? How big is the bucket of new stuff? Another way to put it. Obviously housing, we're clarifying that housing can be done in terms of with the commercial and light industrial. Is there a way to put your arms around?
Lee, can you speak up a little bit? It's hard to hear you.
Okay, sorry.
Or at least pull your microphone closer.
Right.
Hear you in the room.
You want me to repeat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
My question was if either Kay or Nicola could characterize what's the marginal difference? What additional, how much of what we're doing here adds uses that weren't in the previous one? What's the change element or increase element if it's that? And I mentioned that one of the things was to clarify what the housing possibilities would be.
Yeah.
And that's significant.
Yeah, so, note I took, is a cleanup, and it's taking, several notes and putting them all together. And, before it was splitting uses out a little too finely among the lots. So one lot could have this use, but, the next lot over couldn't, because of whichever note applied. So, that's one simplification. Flex space, and if we need a reminder, we can put it up on the screen for people. But as you read flex space, the uses that might be allowed are fairly compatible with what's in I as well. So, it does focus kind of on maker businesses. But they're internal.
I would say the uses under flex space are pretty similar to the uses you see at Lower Lawson Hills, such as catering. You can't strictly be a restaurant, you should be producing something more so. Laundry services, art spaces, and makers, which could, almost be considered along the lines of industrial. I don't know if I can give you like an exact percent of how many, the uses are increasing, but there already are a few other uses associated with each lot in Ilium. We have no I, EE, and FF that are already on all of those lots, and I could pull up the matrix pages for what I, EE, and FF are.
I think that's marijuana.
I think if you go to page 8 of the PDF, that might actually answer Lee's question, because the comment that the footnotes have changed, a lot is the same, some is different, and the question is, I think, what's new?
Yeah.
And the new parts are flex space, health, medical, wellness, events, supplies and sales, and retail, correct? And then the affordable housing piece. It's those 4 things are the new things.
Yeah, that's basically it. That's where I was headed.
Okay.
I just took a side trip, and we've really had a lot of people asking for things that would fall in the health, medical, wellness, and event services, supplies and sales, that seem compatible with the area, but technically don't fit right now. And then the store, one thing that could solve the concerns that were raised today, I already, suggested striking shopping plaza or strip retail plaza and saying, replacing that with mixed use building. But then also adding that individual variety stores should not exceed approximately 1,000 square feet in area. And then that kind of solves the other concerns that you've had. We, up on Society Turn, we put an 8,000 square foot limit, but that was a, different character up there.
So this addresses the Costco question.
Yeah.
1,000 square feet. It's a
Yeah.
very small Costco.
Right. And, and then the other thing, that you could do is, I would suggest, instead of note E being reserved, adding that E to the number of units column on the matrix. So it'd be 20 with a, superscript E. And say residential units shall not be located on the ground floor except for entrances and utility areas. And I say ground floor because, and instead of saying, instead of saying must be on upper floors, is because we've had people say, can everybody mute, please? Who doesn't have their,
Oh, it's just
okay.
someone in the audience.
Okay. We've had people, so you know how it's the grounds, it slopes down. And we've had people say, well, can I put my employee unit on a lower level? And, have it, they can do walkout units or they have enough exposure that they could do a lower unit level. So that's why I'm suggesting that we say that it shall not be located on the ground floor, and ground floor would be the main entrance level. And not strictly saying upper floor only, because there's potential for lower level. So those are my suggestions based on what I've heard so far on making some matrix adjustments.
Okay. I had a question about the reference to zone I. Somebody remind me what that is. I know there's a lot of I up in Upper Lawson.
Yeah, so we have the heavy commercial zone, which is HC, and the light industrial zone, which is LI or I. So the way it was written is it says all the uses listed in the code plus these things. And that's the way it was originally done, and so we're continuing that. So, so when people have come to ask us, we not only look at the matrix, we look at the land use code. And the light industrial zone also refers back to the the heavy commercial zone. So we end up looking at all three places for possible uses.
And I is also good work.
Actually, the light industrial use, I think, does not have live work in it. Live work is an Upper Lawson specific classification.
But zone I could apply to other locations that way.
Yes, and it does.
All right, then I think let's circle back to Jocelyn's question of
You want Robin has her hand.
Oh, Robin had it. Right, so we're back to staff. You're right. Thank you. Robin, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So my comments are relevant to the public comment. And it sounds like some of the majority of the public concern that was expressed today was regarding parking, the Tiger Gymnastics having a home space, and this variety store not being a Costco or something of that sort. And so my comments kind of all blend together a little bit. The first question I have or comment is related to SMART, which is a relatively new entity compared to a lot of the things that we're talking about here. And I'm curious if SMART pursued the gym space up in Lawson Hill before the opportunity of potentially having a bus space in this revised development plan or amended development plan. And it sounded like to me that the way that's going to move forward with SMART is they're going to have both a bus barn up in Lawson and down in Ilium. And maybe I'm wrong on that, but it seems like a duplication of efforts for mechanical and equipment and parking and logistics. And why wouldn't they just have one bus barn, which would make more sense down in the industrial park than up in the Lawson Hill area? So that's a little bit confusing to me. I fully support SMART, and I think that segues into some of my concerns, or to address some of the concerns about parking, is that with the growth of SMART in our county and community, I see the idea of SMART as not just moving people efficiently through our county, but also taking some of the parking burden away, which is really, if the timing of the routes and the routes service the high needs area, it can really eliminate some of the parking issues that get developed. Like if the gym holds these events and it's a lot of community stuff going on, then it's going to generate a lot of parking. But if the SMART bus system provides adequate transportation to locations like that at times that make sense, it could actually alleviate parking. So that's, expanding our public transportation routes and systems. The other item that I have a question about as far as addressing parking, and some of the public comment concerns, is if you have a variety store down in this area, like a small grocer type thing, which I think is really important, that the bulk of the housing in Ilium Valley there is the Two Rivers housing and other potential future development. And is there kind of, or is there any plan for a walking path or bike path from those developments to the services as they're being expanded in this application, for those folks to be able to access like a small variety store without actually having to drive, and maybe incorporating a walk or biking to and from and not needing to park? I'm just trying to, what comes up for me in this ask is there's a lot of good things happening here. And if we could just take the view out a little further, to look at ways that we as the county can encourage logistics and other players to make it really work for the public and for the people in the region. I will just say from experience, from living in Ophir for 15 years, not being able to just go grab milk, eggs, or butter on the weekend without having to drive 25 minutes each way into town was probably the biggest life inconvenience that I experienced. And so having a variety, quote unquote, mini grocery store for a large group of residential people, I think is a real asset. And of course, I want to see Telluride Gymnastics have a permanent, stable home with all that they offer for our community. And I'd like to see SMART continue to expand to serve our community, but do they need a bus barn in 2 different locations?
Okay, thanks, Ron. The other topic to circle back to, Jocelyn, if I'm speaking incorrectly for you, just jump right in. But I do think that I'd like to get a sense of whether we want to address some kind of guidance in terms of the mix of use in order to protect industrial from uses from potential economic pressures.
So, one way to do that is to limit where the housing can be located. That means that it stays a mixed use development. In Upper Lawson, there's the live work lots where there's a minimum amount or there's a maximum amount of commercial. So it actually is more residential focused. That's one way to do it, is say that, no property shall be more than a certain percentage of residential. I don't know what that magic number is.
Well, it's already defined as secondary use, so how
And-
does that
yeah.
work?
Yeah, so in note I, it says that housing is accessory. So that's already setting it up to say it, it shall not be solely residential.
Does that
Um,
mean I just have a little storage closet with some mops in it and now it's my cleaning closet and then I can have a 5,000 square foot house?
I mean, they're gonna get blocked on the 5,000 square foot house, single family home. It just, there's other curbs that, natural curbs for that one. Yeah, by saying that, residential is accessory, that means that there's going to be a principal use on there. And it's gonna have to be a reasonable principal use. It has to be an actual, commercial type activity that's otherwise allowed in the matrix.
As determined when and by whom?
It's going to be, so when somebody's getting ready to develop a property or redevelop, because we do see redevelopment of existing buildings and things move around. They first go to the IPOA and they check it for consistency with their declarations and the matrix. And then it comes to us and we check it again for consistency with the matrix. So that's the checks and balances. It's, the two-step review process prior to permitting.
And Ilium is in the East End Master Plan territory, correct?
Yes, it is.
So that would be a factor as well.
Well, the East End Master Plan is, again, the big picture item, and it sets out that this, can be, I think can't even remember which land use classification we put on this area at that time, but we're in the implementation stage of this. So,
I think the mixed use aspects.
Yeah.
And the location and the availability of water and sewer. Are in lockstep with the East End Master Plan.
Yeah, I think we put residential high mixed use on this, I think.
Well, yeah, I have to say, this is where a bit of my, I don't know, libertarian streak comes out, I guess. There are vacant lots right now for sale. Gymnastics wants to buy one, so if industry wanted to be there, they could. Not to say that they won't want to be there in the future, but there's nothing stopping industry from being there. And as Krista Kimball said, industry is there. And I think if they have a demand, and we know development in Telluride, construction in Telluride is a booming business right now. There is demand. They've locked up lots and they're using the staging areas. So in that sense, if there continues to be demand, there will continue to be a presence of industry in those lots. And they have the opportunity now to see what's coming and lock up the available vacant land. I think trying to anticipate what industry might need 5, 10, 15 years from now is tricky. It is still zoned for industry. So if industry wants to move in there, they can buy out other lots. They could buy out the vet. They could buy out commercial spaces and turn it back into an industrial use if there is demand for that. And I think I'm okay with that. I don't feel like we need to protect potential future uses any more than we already have, given that it is an industrial park. They have the right to be there. They are there now. There's availability for expansion. No one's stopping them. And in the meantime, there are other demands on that land that we can address right now.
Okay, I'd offer the counter example, and that would be. Heaven forbid, but suppose one of our industrial users, we continue to have an economic downturn and one of our industrial users decides it's in his best interest to sell his property.
Mhm.
And it gets sold to someone who wants to use it for commercial purposes, not industrial purposes.
Mhm.
I think the question is, I mean, you're right, we're not gonna install Soviet style controls over what gets built where. But I'm asking the question, do we want to ensure that there is a place for industrial uses this close to town, this end of the county, accessible to the highway, or not?
I would say we have. And when there's a economic turnaround and the person who sold now is like, shoot, I really need a staging area. And property development is booming in Telluride, they can buy that land back and still use it as an industrial use.
Not sure how realistic that might be, but yes, possibilities there, certainly.
It's the free market and, Telluride Tire moved out. And we've, had uses going in there. It's actually been divided up. It's not one big single use anymore. And yeah, things shift.
We see it in Lawson. I mean, gymnastics is currently in what was an automotive building.
Mhm.
They have lifts overhead. That's why Bus Barn wants that space, is because it was built with giant garage doors and a lift. So it's going back to what it originally was built for, in a sense. So we have shifting uses, but Lawson Hill is still being put to an industrial use. And we're seeing the free market economy play out, using our zoning to its advantage.
There wouldn't be any basis for you to deny a development permit on the basis of it's the last industrial spot in the land.
If it fits within the uses allowed within the matrix
But yeah,
and meets all the other standards of the matrix, no, we don't get to pick and choose who occupies it,
okay. Jocelyn, did you have any other comment on that?
Yeah, I think that it's not really our job to say, oh, the free market's gonna decide. It's our job to make sure that when we look at allowed uses across the whole county, we're considering everything that is required for a balanced community. And if we happen to be living in a time where this is the only spot in the whole east end of the county that continues to have any zoning for industrial and heavy commercial use, as I said before, I absolutely support the addition of these other uses. I think it would be great to have gymnastics down there. I think it would be great to have a small store. I'm not saying I'm against that. I just think we should look at some limiting factors because we have an obligation to keep some balance of zoning in the county and not just say, oh, well, let's leave it up to the market. I think SMART is a terrible example because it's not free market, it's government funded. So the fact that they can control that space in Lawson is just not even relevant in my mind. So I'm not saying it has to be like this big deal. I'm just asking us to consider some kind of limit. It could be what Kay said, where we're looking at entrances for the housing. It could be, I think in the matrix that we did for Genesee, it basically said like up to X number of units could be flex space. It could be anywhere there, but it caps out at a certain amount of floor space or whatever. So it's not like this is never done. But I think we do need to have a discussion.
Ryan, how would you characterize the percentage of the percentage of current actual industrial use? Is it a third of the space?
Probably more.
I would say more, a lot more.
Okay.
How many of those industrial spaces are owned by the people that are using them as industrial space versus on a lease?
The majority, I think Telecam is the largest owner of the vacant lots off of Vance Drive, and we do lease to industrial type I guess, customers. But I do know there's another, Idorado owns a very large lot on both of the largest lots down there and use it for their construction purposes, and then the storage on the other side. Ground Pounders owns a lot and uses it, is going to be using it for their industrial uses.
There are landscaping businesses
Yep.
located down there. There are a number of properties that have storage containers, some owned by construction companies, some individually rented out. I think those are within Telecam's
Mhm.
lots. There's, some businesses that are standalone, Telluride Auto's still down there. And yeah, it's a wide variety. There's the animal hospital. There's yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the mix right now, I mean, it is mixed. There's a lot of industrial, but I'm not hearing that those people that are using it as industrial use own that land. It sounds like
They do.
Ground Pounders
Yep.
owns, I get that.
Mhm.
And then
Chris Chapin
Colorado.
does, yep. And they, Idorado actually just purchased another lot from Telecam that has the containers currently on it. That just closed last month. So I would say the majority, except for lot 400, which Telecam owns, lot 401, which Telecam owns, we lease to industrial type. The majority of the others are owner occupied. 404B is now owner occupied. The largest one is Applin's is owner occupied. The car dealership is owner occupied. Ajax Cleaning is owner occupied. The vet is owner occupied. Gated Shifter is owner occupied. So there's a lot of owner occupied down there. There's not a lot of people.
We leased to 3
Yeah.
construction.
Mhm.
So I've raised the question, is there any interest in any pursuits of that? It occurs to me that one option would be to include in our recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners that they identify whether some sort of usage protection for industrial or light industrial would be of interest.
What is that though? I mean, I think just that's like the beginnings, and like certainly appreciate like that, but like I would be open to hearing a specific plan, I suppose.
I liked Kay's idea of the footnote about housing on a second floor or higher and not on ground floor. I think that's a great addition.
Yeah, I would be somewhat reluctant to say that, only a certain percentage of uses or a certain percentage of uses must fall under note I, and a certain percentage might fall under the notes PP, QQ, RR. Because the tracking is, and the tracking is so difficult.
But if we're willing to limit the housing, the number of units that can be built in housing, why can't we do something similar for these new allowed uses?
So housing, when they come in, they have to get a very specific type of building permit and meet specific standards. Whereas with the commercial and industrial stuff, once that's permitted, generally as it's permitted, any type of use can come and go. So if they're doing some sort of, they might be able to locate in there without getting permits at all. Is part of that. Residential needs residential permits, it needs COs. Once a commercial building has a CO, it has a CO. Unless they're doing major renovations or changes to the building, and then they have to, come back in again.
Okay, Well, we have an unresolved question, but I don't think that there's a. I'm not hearing that there's a path towards a conclusion today.
I would just like to say that I think we have a responsibility to move this along. Right this minute, we have ongoing negotiations between the ski area and Telski, and Ski Patrol over affordability in this community. And right now, in front of us, we have the ability to create more housing. That's what they're trying to afford. They're trying to afford to live here. So right now, we have something on the table that could help the situation, not obviously with negotiations this minute, but by creating another opportunity for housing, we are lightening the burden of the existing housing supply to meet demand. So we have that responsibility. Furthermore, if you look at how the county has developed over the last 30 years, Telluride has become overcrowded at very large portions of the year. Maybe not today, because we have a very unique conflict, but we have a parking problem. We have a density problem in Telluride. When I was growing up in Colorado in the 90s, you would see these giant developments where all these houses would go in, and then every day cars would drive into Denver, cars would drive into Boulder, cars would have to get on the roads and drive places. In the 2000s, when I was at University in Boulder, the development model was changing to be community centric. So you were building communities, not just housing, but communities that had a little pop-up market, communities that had a little place to get some exercise or to see the doctor maybe. And we have the opportunity right now to create that and expand on what's already been created for Ilium. Sounds like Lawson Hill is interested in re-exploring that option as well. And I think when those places were created, there was a sentiment that Telluride was the economic base of our community. Now it's very clear that Telluride is the tourist base of our community. People who live here don't live in Telluride. They are living out of town. So we have a responsibility to help them create community by having things like a variety store, by having things like a gymnastics or a yoga facility or something that creates community where they are living, so that every day people don't have to get in the car and everyone has to drive to Telluride in order to do something as simple as buy milk. I think we have a responsibility to address that need now, and it's right in front of us, and it's a very simple ask. And I don't see why we would turn it down. I mean, I'm ready to make a motion right now.
Robin, is your hand still up or did you just forget to take it down?
No, my hand's still up.
Okay, let's come back to you.
Thank you very much. I support what Hallie said 100%, and I think that even a variety store not only supports the local community in that small area of the county, but it would also support the industrial businesses that do business in that area and rent space or own space. I think what I'm hearing is that the concern is that if we open it up to additional uses, it'll squeeze out the intended uses of the industrial or light industrial. And that's a founded concern, but I don't think it's a reason to prohibit supporting the community that's here now and the needs that are here now. I think industrial use, the space and the area is very conducive to industrial and light industrial, and that will always exist down there. I think if it's getting pushed out for economic reasons, because the demand for the other services is more, I do hear Jocelyn, and that is a concern. And maybe the property owners or landlords can create some sort of tiered economic structure that protects those uses without us having to say there can only be so much of this or that. I think Kay's concern is very founded about how do you say, oh, we're only gonna allow this much of this or this percentage of that when there's a need for a variety of things.
Can the IPOA do that? Did the IPOA say we want to preserve at least, I don't know, X amount of land for true industrial use?
You know, again, it goes back to tracking. And, you know, people's needs change. This was, as what we developed here today, or, you know, what we asked them to work on and then what they came back with, was, based on things that both, you know, the IPOA and planning have been hearing from people for years that they need.
Yeah, I've just been
So-
literally totally separate from today. Could they decide that that's important to them? I don't know that there's any law that says they can't unless the zoning.
A real estate taking.
It would be a real estate taking.
Potentially, yeah.
Well, thanks for taking the time to air this question out. You certainly see, as one of the ones talking about it, I can certainly see difficulties. I would clarify that it was, my question was in the context of, it wasn't a concern about the additional uses being added, squeezing out commercial. My concern was, do we want to preserve a spot for commercial, or I'm sorry, industrial at this end of the county? And if so, is this the place to do it? But I'm hearing probably not, or at least we don't have a mechanism that comes
Yeah.
to mind, so.
Yeah, I think a better way to phrase it is, or I think, you know, we provide the space for the industrial. And this is still the primary space for industrial. And, you know, if businesses need the industrial space, they're going to be the ones stepping up and going to this spot because this is the best spot, in terms of, you know, zoning and such.
Okay. Can you put back up? How was it you? What had the extra points that Kay was making?
Oh, yeah.
You mentioned you were ready to make a motion.
I'm happy to. I don't want to step on anyone's toes, though. I don't know, Ian, did you?
I have one, couple of things.
Yeah.
That's not correct. I'm a little puzzled by why there's so much lobbying for the gymnastics group. Isn't that something that would be included in a gym or an exercise facility? Isn't that included already?
So the matrix right now would not allow this use. And that's why, you know, that's the reason for adding,
QQ.
note QQ.
So that would take care of it.
So, yeah, that makes that use possible.
Health, medical wellness.
All right, good. Just have a comment about parking and that came up with Lawson Hill got a governor's award for its use of land there. There was a lot of very little space there and they wanted to cram a lot of good stuff in there. Businesses, housing and so forth. And what they did to make that more possible was to limit the amount of parking, because that eats up a lot of land that isn't productive. It's just a place where you put a car. So that's why you want to have public services like SMART. I think we covered this already, but that's exactly why SMART is useful. And that's why Lawson is so successful. It's crowded. Yeah, it's hard to get a parking spot there, but there are spaces. People come and go. But that's the reasoning for that. It's not, I don't want a Walmart parking lot because those things sit at half empty most of the time. So, and they're wasting space where there's a limitation. So that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, thanks. Matt, anything you want to add?
Not right now, no.
Okay.
Okay, on the screen, it says entrances to residential units cannot be on the ground floor, but
We're
you gotta get
typing.
up there somehow.
We're typing.
Okay, so residential units cannot be on the ground floor. Can I make a motion? Where'd it go? You know what page that was on before?
Yeah, I can put that up.
In here somewhere.
Should it be the ground floor that faces the access? Because Kay, what you were saying is that if there's like, if it's on a hill and the ground floor that faces the quote unquote road is where you want the commercial or industrial space, but then it goes downhill and they put a residential unit on the lower level that you said has a walkout. Well, that could be perceived as ground floor because it's a walkout, so that's ground floor. So it's ground floor in relation to the main access off the road, correct? Not anywhere on the lot ground floor. So I think that has to be clarified, because if you say not on the ground floor, but I buy something on a hill and the
Yeah, her whole point was to allow a daylight basement walkout. But how do you say that?
Yeah.
ground floor that accesses the main entry point, i.e. the road, the parking, the driveway, the street, sidewalk, the main entrance of access from the road is what we're referring to as the ground floor, not the floor closest to the ground.
Yeah, I'm typing something up on that regard.
Okay, thank you.
I'll start talking then.
Stand by.
I move to recommend to the San Miguel County Board of Commissioners to approve substantial PUD amendment for lots 400 through 444 Ilium Industrial Park to add uses PP, QQ, and RR to page 21 of the matrix, to consolidate notes E, AA, and BB into note I, and to add 20 units of density with 3 units of population each to a density bank for the Ilium Industrial Park, and to adopt the corresponding Board of County Commissioners resolution based on the finding that the proposed use is consistent with the county master plan and complies with the land use code review standards in section 5-1503 substantial amendment and 5-1803 rezoning, and subject to the following specific terms and conditions. Number 1, all written, are these the same as what's in your packet? Number 1, all written representations of the applicant in the original submittal and all supplements are deemed to be conditions of approval except to the extent modified by this approval. Number 2, units of density will be assigned to individual lots by way of insubstantial PUD amendments. Number 3, new county deed restrictions and covenants shall be prepared and recorded concurrently at the time of construction of any new units. Number 4, any conversion of existing units or any new residential or commercial units must apply for and receive a development permit prior to commencing construction. And then I should add number 5. You got me, Kay?
Second here. So yeah, Nicola's sharing.
There'll be a new note E, residential units shall not be located on the ground floor, the level access from the road, except for entrances and utility areas. And amend note RR to say the store can be standalone or located within a mixed-use building. Individual variety stores should not exceed approximately 1,000 square feet in area. So say aye.
And before we go to a second question, it is in the additional text and the revisions that all housing units would be subject to the R1 deed restriction.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, that is in the note.
Can I have a second?
Well, second.
Second by Matt. Okay, why don't we collect statements and votes from our Zoom folks first? I guess in that case, Josh, because the rest of us are here.
And Robin.
She's off in development.
She can talk though, can't she?
Sure. So Jocelyn?
Hi. Yeah, before I vote, I'm just gonna say, I think this is a move in the right direction. I think these additional uses are appropriate and we should serve, people where they live with appropriate commercial uses at the right scale and that adding residential possibility, deed restricted possibility is always good. I think the addition of 5 and 6 go somewhat in the direction of what I was hoping. While I agree with Hallie that we have a responsibility to, you know, create opportunities that are needed, I also think we have a responsibility to preserve a mix of zone districts in the land use code and not let that get degraded by market forces, because I think it would be naive to assume that market forces are always going to act in the best interest of a kind of balanced community. And I think we can see that all around us. That being said, I'll vote aye.
Okay, thank you. Robin, you're in the alternate chair today, so you can't vote, but would you like to add anything?
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Matt?
Aye, and I don't have anything further to add.
I just want to agree with what Josh said, but I vote aye.
Okay.
I mean, I would further agree with what Josh said, and I think this is zoned industrial, and I think at this point, that's the best we can do, and I guess here's the call to industry, go lock up that land, go buy it before it gets sold to a commercial developer, so I'll vote aye.
Okay. Chair votes aye, and I've said my piece, so. Motion passes. Changes have been made, recommended, and will be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners. We don't know when.
Probably February the 18th. And the 12th. 19th.
Mid-February. Say to be announced. Suggest you subscribe to
Yeah, it would be
notifications.
the 18th.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna pause for a short recess.
Yeah. So I put in a call for pizza. Should be here within about 10 minutes. So maybe, you know, let's take a break long enough to. If you want, I could do the mining briefing right now, get that out of the way.
I need a piece.
Let's take a 10-minute recess and come back and do the mining. Let's wait for people. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Gavel.
Good bell.
Okay,
Careful what you wish for.
good. Are we recording?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, the Thursday, January 8th, 2026 meeting, San Miguel County Planning Commission is now reconvened. And we are going to hear from Kay.
Yeah, we're going to do item 7 first because that's fairly quick, and then we'll do a lunch break, and then we'll come back for item 6. The land use code amendment. So this is the update regarding the mining regulations. As you will recall, way back in June, you held a public meeting and gave a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. BOCC had a hearing on September 17th. They did refer one issue back to the Planning Commission. That was discussed on October 9th. And then November 19th, the Board of County Commissioners had the continued public hearing and continued again with direction to review the draft regarding duplication of DRNS regulations and permitting. So December 29th, we updated the regulations as published and they're published on the website. We sent an email to all of our stakeholders, and we'll be having another meeting on January 21st. And what we want to do is let you know what sort of changes have been made to the draft. The board didn't refer them back to you, but we wanted to fill you in. So what we focused on is recognizing that DRMS has their statutory authority to require reclamation of affected lands. And they also, control the mining operations within the affected land. So to avoid overlap, we've defined affected land in the new draft. And we've updated the impact area definition to say those geographic areas that are not on affected land or within a federal mining plan of operation on which adverse impacts are likely to be caused by the mining operation, exploration, or reclamation only operation. And then throughout the regulations, we've added clarifiers saying that we are focusing on the impact area, not the affected land. So think of it as a donut hole. We get the donut, they get the hole. We also removed a lot of explanatory portions of application materials. It's not to say that we won't still get that information, and we may take that and put it into a manual that we can use administratively. But instead of having a very extensive detailed list of application materials, those have been simplified. One thing that was removed was the air quality application materials and review criterion, because localized air quality is adequately addressed by other criteria. We'll
get a
Yeah.
copy of what they want to do.
Yeah. Boy, I forgot to bring down the longer memo that talked about that, but let me finish and I'll circle back to that. And then we cite DRMS plans for mining operations, spill prevention and response, hazardous materials management, and emergency responses. Then again, if there's anything that is important to us that's not in there, we may ask for supplements. We simplified the monitoring plan. We had a modification of setback requirements. We explained the exemption of casual use activities as defined by the BLM. We were getting a lot of questions about that. So basically, if the BLM says it's casual use, then it's exempt from getting a permit from us. And then per the board direction, we revised the purpose statement to incorporate language from the land use code policy statement for mining and mineral processing.
Casual use is like
It's the
non-mechanized
people, there might be some mechanization, small sluices, things like that. Hang on a second here and I'll What am I looking for? I'm trying to find a letter from Tori.
Mhm.
So of the application materials, the categories that the air quality application materials and review criterion were the only one that was recommended for elimination. And the reason was that concerns about localized air quality are adequately covered in the dust suppression impact analysis and the transportation impact analysis. And because it looked like the separate air quality review criterion sounded like it was controlling on-site mining operations. That wasn't our intent. That falls under DRMS and the other agencies. So,
And we do still talk about fugitive dust.
yes. So that's it for mining. Like I said, it's going to the board on the 21st, and fingers crossed we'll be done.
Okay, thanks. We have pizza?
We have pizza.
Lunch.
Lee?
Think we need, yes,
I just want to apologize to the group. I'm gonna have to bow out because I'm traveling with my family and I need to go with them.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, thanks.
Thanks for letting us know.
Lee, I have an obligation at 1 o'clock on Thursdays that I can't change, unfortunately, so I'm gonna have to not be available this afternoon as well.
I see. Okay, well, we'll have 4 votes. That's more than a quorum. Thanks for letting us know.
Thank you.
What is a quorum? 3
Yep.
out of 5?
Yeah.
So
So, how long do we need for lunch?
at least maybe 20 minutes.
I think so. You guys, I know that you folks have been here in case of me waiting. Are you gonna want to grab something too? So let's do a 20-minute break.
We'll be back at
Okay.
1:05.
We'll recess until 1:05.
Yeah.
Okay, I think after our quick lunch break, we are now reconvened for the Thursday, January 8th, 2026 planning commission meeting of Seneca County. And our next item is a proposed amendment to the San Miguel County Land Use Code sections 5307, F319, and F1908. We will turn it over to staff. Who's gonna pitch?
Okay. Thank you. The proposed amendment regarding non-conforming lots is intended to provide clarification regarding conflicts within the code. As currently written, all legally non-conforming lots can be developed with a single family residence. This amendment does not change that. What we're trying to resolve is whether other uses listed within the respective zone districts could also be considered. Specifically, can uses permitted under special use permit be proposed? Right now, there are conflicting provisions between standards in the zone districts and the definition of a legally conforming lot, non-conforming lot. The amendment to the non-conforming lot definition would also apply countywide. As it was listed in the memorandum, the county has a history of decisions and a list was provided, although not all-inclusive, that allowed for special use permit approval on parcels that did not meet the minimum lot size requirement in the F and Wrights Mesa zone districts. These approvals span at least the last 30 years. The county attorney in her December 4th memorandum reasons that despite the long-standing practice of the county to authorize special use permits on substandard sized parcels in the Wrights Mesa zone district and added in the F zone, the provisions of the land use code do not clearly authorize such uses. Further, the county attorney recommends that the planning department prepare a proposed amendment to the land use code to clarify the land use code and to ratify the past practice of the county to allow consideration of special use permit on parcels that do not satisfy the minimum parcel size requirement. Certain use-specific standards allow consideration of uses on parcels less than 35 acres, creating a conflict between zone district standards and the regulation of substandard size parcels. And non-conforming uses, as defined, are a legally non-conforming use, building or parcel is one that complied with all regulations in effect at the time the use, building, or parcel was established, but due to regulatory change no longer meets the establishment of the code. And some examples of this are the various mining claims sprinkled around San Miguel County. Subdivisions created prior to 1972, historic town sites, and certain subdivision exemptions. And did a check yesterday of how many affected parcels there would be. In the forestry, agricultural, and open F zone, there is 563 substandard size lots and parcels. And in the Wrights Mesa zone, there is 193.
John, just a quick question for you, 563 substandard lots countywide?
Within the F zone.
In the F zone, but
Yeah.
Yes.
We only check those two zone districts because those are the most relevant.
Just F zone, just on Wrights Mesa, that's all. Okay, cool, thanks.
You bet. So the planning staff has proposed amendments to land use code section 5-19 non-conforming uses and to the forestry, agricultural, and open F zone and Wrights Mesa WM zone to allow legally non-conforming lots to seek a special use permit for use within the respective zone district. There are some clarifications proposed in certain zone districts regarding legally non-conforming lots. The minimum lot size requirement for each district would be unchanged. This code amendment does not create any new non-conforming lots or change the already limited processes by which smaller lots might be created. And so the change to the definition for non-conforming lots would allow substandard size parcels that may be developed with any principal, accessory, or special use allowed in the zone district in which it is located. Associated amendments to the F zone and Wrights Mesa zone would allow legally non-conforming lots to seek a special use permit for uses within their respective zone district. And Article 7, the change in definitions, a non-conforming lot is a property that does not meet the minimum parcel size of 35 acres in the applicable zone district, but that was legally created or acknowledged as such by the Board of County Commissioners. And wanted to point out that although these lots would be eligible to apply for a special use permit, special uses proposed on substandard size lots must meet all applicable land use code standards as any special use permit application would, regarding access, minimum setbacks, and public health and safety, and also must mitigate impacts of the use per the standards of land use code section 5-10. So this would be a similar standard to what is regardless of the size of the lot. They would have to meet first of all, application standards, review standards, and mitigation of any proposed impacts. This is a long definition, and it's regarding a non-conforming lot. Within the yellow is the portion of the definition that was changed or added and also underlined. That which is crossed out is that which is being removed. And I just wanted to read through this because this is really the foundational piece of the proposed land use code amendment. A non-conforming lot, a legally created substandard size parcel that is now non-conforming may be developed with any principal, accessory, or special use allowed in the zone district in which it is located. This provision shall apply even though such lot fails to meet the requirements for area applicable in any given district. The development shall meet all other applicable land use code requirements. In addition, prior to the issuance of a building permit for a single family residence, and this is related to the high country zone, standards for driveways, section 502DD shall be satisfied except for driveways on parcels in the HCA zone district. Shall require compliance with the provisions of section 5-321 and Roman numeral 2. Legally non-conforming parcels shall be merged with all other substandard size parcels under contiguous ownership into one parcel, unless exempted by action of the Board of County Commissioners. And a deed and a plat delineating the merged parcel must be recorded in the office of the county clerk and recorder prior to the issuance of a building permit thereon. No sale, transfer, or other conveyance of less than 35 acres shall be allowed without county subdivision approval or subdivision exemption. And just wanted to bring up, within the Wrights Mesa zone district, certain uses are allowed on smaller lots. And this is from the new definition for, or not definition, but standards for construction, staging yard, and office. They are allowed in the new zone district on 5-acre lots. And this would be in conflict with the size of the minimum parcel requirement of 35 acres.
Can you say that again? This is currently now allowed?
It's within the new Wrights Mesa zone districts. They are you have to rezone your property to it. Currently, there's approximately only 4 parcels that have rezoned to the new Wrights Mesa zone districts. But currently, if you did rezone, a construction staging yard and office would be allowed on a parcel that's 5-acre lot, a 5-acre lot. But this is in conflict with the minimum parcel size of 35 acres requirement. And so this land use code attempts to bridge some of those conflicts within the code. Also, under campground standards, and this is certain uses have a minimum and maximum lot area requirement. And if you might recall, the RV parks require a minimum of a 2-acre size park, but with a maximum 5-acre lot area. And it's just another example of different sizes within the code. Not meeting up with the minimum size requirements. So no additional non-conforming parcels or lots are created, nor any uses or specific parcels approved with this land use code amendment. This is conceived or brought forward to you to address those parcels that are already substandard in size, and to that we aren't creating any more of those. We're not creating any special uses on any specific parcels. This is a broad legislative action, and so nothing new would be approved on those lots with this land use code text amendment. The standards for zone districts, including minimum lot size, are not changed. This change of land use code would not override any subdivision covenants. So for instance, lots within certain subdivisions, whether in Wrights Mesa zone or within the forestry ag zone district, if they have covenants that don't allow certain uses within their borders, this would not allow that parcel to apply for those types of uses. We've already mentioned this, but the Planning Commission and the BOCC are acting in a legislative capacity as opposed to a quasi judicial capacity when enacting zoning standards or regulations. This involves judgments about what is in the county's best interest, and people can have differences of opinion on what is best. The land use code amendment was referred to the following listed referral agencies, and to date we've only received a response from the town of Ophir with an email to the planning director seeking clarification on what was being proposed, and Kate answered their question. Okay. The meeting agenda and proposed land use code amendment were published on the county website for public notice. Public comments, extensive comments were received from Stephanie Solomon of Solomon Law Firm PC, representing Ken and CJ Watt. Provided extensive comments in a letter written in opposition to this proposed land use code amendment. And in addition, Chris Hawkins from Alpine Planning, representing Ken and CJ Watt, provided comments in a letter written in opposition to the proposed land use code amendment. The review standards for land use code amendments are fairly narrow. Basically, land use code amendments may be initiated by the county or by persons who are residents or own property in San Miguel County, subject to compliance with the following standard. This particular amendment was initiated by the county planning director. The land use code section 5-1802A, land use code amendments shall be drafted in a form consistent with the organizational format and style of the code. And section 1-402, policies of the land use code, to implement the policies of San Miguel County regarding land use and development, housing, growth, and related issues as adopted and amended from time to time. And we did provide a sample motion for your consideration. And then particular land use code amendment has brought up fears that smaller parcels are going to be, we're going to be inundated with applications for special uses on what could be a smaller parcel. But I would say that this has been a policy of San Miguel County for the last 30 years to allow special use permits on smaller parcels. And some of them is small as 0.23 acres, and others as large, a gravel pit on a 25-acre parcel. And this isn't going to increase, I don't believe it's going to increase the number of entities, applying for special use permits, since they would have had the ability previously to do so. And this land use code amendment, it's not a reflex to the application that we had received previously. That was a smaller size parcel. It's more in a reaction to it, in an abundance of caution, to uphold the special use permit approvals for a number of approvals, during the past 30 years from San Miguel County. And with that, I'd take any questions you might have.
Okay, thanks. Who would like to start?
What happens if we don't make this amendment to the ones that already exist?
These special use permits, have been approved, were validly approved, by San Miguel County, and would still have that approval. If I'm stating that correctly.
Yep, they have vested right to that use that we approved.
So we wouldn't go back and say, oops, sorry, you don't get this new.
Most
That would
likely,
create other legal concerns. We may have to come up with some alternative path if that is the direction. To in some way affirm those already approved uses.
So there would have to be some other amendment, something different than potentially.
rather than being a land use code amendment, it would basically be the BOCC adopting probably a resolution or a letter of some sort recognizing that it didn't meet those standards, but they're allowed to continue.
And then we would still need a land use code. Maybe opposite of this, clarifying what's in the land use code, right? Still not clear.
Well, yeah, there, like John mentioned, there's some conflicts within the land use code where in certain areas, review standards specify a minimum lot area for that use that is less than 35 acres. So it gives permission and then it immediately takes it away as currently written.
In those circumstances, wouldn't we normally consider the minimum acreage to be the minimum footprint of that particular use, regardless of what size the property is?
We're getting into a whole new realm of interpretation at this point. I think, without having the code right in front of me, it really depends on what it says. And like with the RV park, we say it cannot cover more than 5 acres. Doesn't mean it has to be a 5-acre lot. It just can't cover more than 5 acres of whatever size parcel. In the Wrights Mesa rural agriculture for construction staging, because we looked at it, it says a minimum lot size of 5 acres. 5 acres. Thank you for being my memory. For wedding events, social and scenic uses, it very clearly says you must have 35 acres. So that would override this. If somebody came in and said, I have my half-acre lot and I want to make it a wedding venue, we would say, no, you have to have 35 acres to do that. Because there is that specific standard. It's when it goes the other way that we have the conflict.
What's the process by which on White Mesa or anywhere else, an existing 35-acre parcel becomes subdivided?
Well, parcel would have to go, are you talking previously or if they wanted to subdivide?
As it stands now, if I had 35 acres and I wanted to carve off, let's say 10 acres to do a special use permit.
You'd have to go through the county's 5-step subdivision process. Prove, that you have
a full-blown PUD process.
Yes. Yeah, and part of that would be consistency with the master plan and, so looking at the density, that's intended under the master plan. And for, most zone districts, for especially F and the existing Rights Mesa, the older Rights Mesa, and even the newer Rights Mesa has 4 different zone districts, but like the Rights Mesa Rural Agriculture, the old Rights Mesa, the F zone, those all say 35-acre minimum lot size. And the master plan supports that. So it would be a difficult road to create new lots. There's a limited opportunity through the Rights Mesa subdivision exemption to carve off a lot. By doing so, you can give up the right to have your secondary dwelling unit, or an SUP. I mean, that's very clearly stated in there.
Say that again,
So you can do a Rights Mesa subdivision exemption and carve off a parcel. And in doing so, you give up the right to the greater range. So it's basically saying, okay, you're going to take your existing rights and redistribute them, some to this small parcel and the rest on the other parcel.
And the minimum.
That was like, we wanted to give them a way to carve up the property for their family.
But you just very specifically said they give up the right to a secondary dwelling and an SUP?
Yes. Yes.
So that seems to imply that there was some consideration given to the fact that we don't want SUPs on lots smaller than 35 acres.
That were created through a subdivision exemption. The existing lots that we're talking about were legally created non-conforming lots. So they were created before the subdivision exemption process existed. So what Kay's saying, I think, is there's new lots will not be created where this would be effective. Any new lots that would be created that are less than 35 acres would not be eligible for a special use. We're only talking about lots that were legally non-conforming, created in a way other than a subdivision exemption.
And it's also not retroactive to subdivisions. It's only to non-conforming lots that were not created through the subdivision process.
Well, if it was a subdivision created prior to 1972, then yes, this code amendment would clarify what could happen there. And we have a lot of those all over the county.
72 was when the 35 acre.
That's when the state stipulated that lots less than 35 acres can only be created through a subdivision process.
Can you go back to page 6? Slide 6. Okay, so that's this one. Now go back to slide 4. This one. Ask a question. Why do we have to do both of those? To my mind, bullet point number 2, allowing legally non-conforming lots to seek a special use permit. Great, that takes care of the fact that we have non-conforming lots with special use permits. But what's up with the first one? Why do substandard sized parcels need to have all the principal and accessory rights? I mean, that basically is negating the whole point of having a 35-acre minimum parcel size.
Well, it's basically if you wish to carry on the policy of the county, which has basically been in effect for the past 30 years, to allow those smaller legally created parcels to have you know, potentially have special uses, which they would have to mitigate all the impacts and meet all the, you know, standards, you know, that a non-minimum size lot would have to meet.
But this is different.
Yeah.
The second one talks about saying, we see you, we want you to be able to apply for an SUP. The first one says, hey, you happen to be small, but you can still have a house and do ranching and.
So this is trying to fix all of the related parts of the code. So the first part is the primary part. Section 5-19 is the section of the code that talks about non-conforming buildings, uses, and lots. And that part is, that's the main part that needs to be fixed. Because right now it says a legally created substandard parcel may qualify for a building permit for a single family residence if it meets all other applicable land use code requirements. That's what it says right now. So we're saying that we need to change that, let's say a legally created substandard sized parcel that is now non-conforming may be developed with any principal, accessory, or special use allowed in the zone district in which is located. This provision shall apply even though such lot fails to meet the requirements for area applicable in any given district. And then the development shall meet all other applicable land use code requirements, etc.
Right, and I'm saying, and I think what Joe Solomon was saying is that freaks me out because now you can have very small lots doing the same thing that a 35-acre lot does, and the whole point of the 35-acre lot was to preserve the rural quality.
We're not saying that they can do it by right. We're saying that they can propose it and it has to meet. So first of all, it has to be a special use permit, you know, something allowed by special use permit under that zone district. And then it has to go through that process and it has to meet all the applicable requirements of the code. And if they've got impacts that can't be mitigated, you know, due to the size of the lot, you as a body could certainly recommend denial if it's a 2-step or deny it if it's 1-step.
Can we just say that then?
That's what it's, I mean, they still have to meet all requirements of the code. What we're trying to do here is get all the parts of the code in sync. And if all we do is change the F and the rights, the F zone and the rights mesa zone language, it doesn't, it leaves the conflict in 5-19. 5-19 is the primary problem.
I think my problem is with the broadness of the language in 1908. So yes, change 1908, but can it say what it says under F zone and WM? Can we say like, you can apply for an SUP, not you get all the rights developed with any principal, accessory, Because to my mind, that means a 5-acre parcel can have all the same rights as a 35-acre parcel. That's how that reads to me.
So right now, a 5-acre parcel can be developed with a single family residence. Depending on where it's located, may or may not have a caretaker secondary unit. That's another issue for another day. It can have anything that's right now, it can have anything that's listed as a use allowed by right or by administrative review. It can't have anything that comes in under the 1-step or 2-step SUP process. And if we don't fix Section 5-19, which is where it explains how non-conforming uses, lots, parcels and buildings are dealt with. I mean, we could certainly say a legally created not substandard sized parcel is now non-conforming may be developed with any principal, accessory, or special use allowed in the zone district in which it is located, subject to meeting all requirements of the land use code.
That's already in there. The third sentence.
Oh, right. The development shall meet all other applicable land use code requirements. So it's, yeah,
Let me look in your memo.
can you go to the strike through?
The list that Mara gave is a list of special use permits for those non-conforming parcels. Every single one of those is a special use permit. I
Yes.
guess my question is, are there other uses by right on non-conforming lots that a 35-acre parcel gets, but that a smaller parcel does not get?
So uses by right are typically agricultural uses, single-family homes, accessory structures. We might have daycare home in there. I can't remember.
Occupation.
Home occupation.
Wasn't light industry or something along those
No.
lines part of this?
No.
Contractor staging is, I think.
That's a special use.
That's a special use
Special
permit.
use, always a special.
That's
use.
always a special use permit. So, yeah, if you look at what's allowed through administratively through a development permit or administrative review, it's generally single family agriculture and minimal commercial use, and accessory uses.
What are the
Um,
accessory uses?
Like, having a garage or, if you wanted to build a personal greenhouse or something like that.
And what are the minimal commercial uses?
So like if you want to have a home occupation,
Mhm.
say you have you're an accountant and you have an office, a home office, instead of having a physical office, somewhere. And I believe daycare homes come in under that. And that's where you're allowed to have limited number of children, care for a limited number of children in your home. That's usually, we'd have to check every single zone district to see what it says, but those are typically it.
I don't understand the place where we talk about legally non-conforming parcels shall be merged with all other substandard sized parcels under contiguous ownership. I don't understand what you're saying.
So what they were saying is that if you had two substandard parcels created prior to 1972, say, and you own both of those together, say they're, an acre each. You need to merge them into one ownership and develop them accordingly. There is in fact a 1995 resolution from the BOCC that then adds on, except for the Fall Creek subdivision and Hidden Lakes Estates. But they didn't go on to cover all the other subdivisions that we have out there. So, I mean, that's the intent.
Okay, so, and the precedent to what you just said is, if you want to apply for an SUP, you have to combine the contiguous properties.
Not even an SUP, if you want to apply for a residential building permit. And you own contiguous parcels, then you have to combine them. And the idea is to, gradually consolidate properties into larger ones.
Is that only if they're smaller than 35 acres, or would you have to make a 150 acre lot?
No, it's only if they're legally non-conforming lots. This is the only section of the code that says this.
So we're trying to get back to that 35 acre standard.
Yeah.
Flowers on this one, but. How does the community housing zone district as it's currently constructed fit into these considerations?
This has no effect.
Well, it gives you the right to build housing on less than 35 acres without a subdivision.
That's already allowed.
Yeah, so the community housing zone district doesn't set a minimum lot size. And the sole property that we have that's zoned community housing, it's not considered a legally non-conforming property.
Good, so it hasn't happened yet.
Well, I mean, if they want to create lots out of that parcel, then they're gonna have to go through our subdivision process. But they'll have to follow the subdivision process. This doesn't create any sort of status for that at all.
Because I recall from one of our previous meetings of the work group that I'm representing the planning commission on, that the question was raised about, can we build more housing if we lower the county's 35-acre requirement?
So that comes in the low density and low, medium and high density zone districts, where it has a default minimum lot size of 35 acres. And then if you want to do anything else, you have to go through the PUD process. That's what the code says on those right now. And again, this doesn't affect any of those properties that are already so zoned because they've gone through the subdivision process and the PUD process.
For is under 530C G1 A and C, I'm just wondering if there's any need for A based on what you're proposing in C.
Where are you looking at?
Page 79, in fact, 78 and 79. So A is minimum lot size is 35 acres. And then C seems to suggest that A doesn't really matter so much. I'm just wondering if there is like a reason to keep both. Because if the idea is to like clean it up.
It's a clarification. So if you look at 307G Roman numeral IA, it says 35 acres unless it was created through the open lands protection subdivision exemption process. And so by adding C, we're saying, and oh, by the way, if you are legally non-conforming, then you can have, you know,
35 acre lot, minimum lot size still has relevance for potential breakup of much larger parcels.
So re-subdivide, or like subdivisions that haven't occurred yet.
yeah. And if you look at B, it says any legally created parcel less than 35 acres may qualify for a building permit for a single family dwelling unit, provided the parcel meets the criteria of 5-1908. So if we amend 5-1908, that halfway takes care of it, but it still leaves the, what about the other uses? So that's why we said, any legally created parcel less than 35 acres is eligible for any permitted or special use. We're just trying to remove the questions.
Right, I understand. So it does
Yeah.
make sense to keep both because the
Yeah.
default is still gonna be to the 35 acres on a parcel that's bigger than that gets subdivided, and then C does, they both have those. So I understand that.
I'm still hung up on the permitted uses. So let's talk F block. 35 acre lot has single family dwelling and permitted uses. And then a non-conforming lot that's smaller than that also gets those permitted uses or can get a special use. So what are the permitted uses? Like what just goes with?
John, can you stop sharing?
Because that's my concern, that we're gonna start saying, oh, these tiny little lots can do, I don't know, mining. So
Well, mining's kind of its own special thing.
sure, that's what I'm struggling with. What can they do? If we say that they can do anything, what can they do?
Quite frankly, under state statute, we would be hard pressed to deny mining of legally viable or commercially viable materials regardless of the lot size.
Yeah, it's not about mining, it's about what are the permitted uses.
Okay, so here's the entirety of 5307 F zone. Got purpose statement, got uses by right. So we've got single family dwellings less than 12,000 square feet, daycare homes, limited logging operations, normal customary agriculture and ranching activities and home occupations. And then administrative review, which is not that different from getting a development permit, which is what you get for this anyhow. A caretaker unit of up to 2,000 square feet. Daycare centers, and they have to have at least 2 acres in order to do that because there are size and space requirements per the state. Scary trails and slopes. That one's a little unusual. That might be the Ski Dallas provision. Larger logging operations, and then minor oil and gas exploration, drilling pipelines. Again, you know, this is kind of tied into some of the state regulations. That's why it's in the administrative review. And then we get into the one-step planning commission review, and these are all the SUPs. So you see parks, playgrounds, churches, lumber mills, horseback riding, sleigh ride operations, outdoor recreation areas, campgrounds, cemeteries, junkyards, hunting lodges, B&Bs, construction contractor office and staging area, private schools, accessory structure greater than 3,000 square feet, if not agriculture, and this was kind of the equestrian arena thing. Social and scenic uses, this does say it has to be at least 35 acres or more. And then we get into open land protection, which is a subdivision exemption type. This is one step for BOCC, and then larger, the large logging operations. And then 2-step, we've got water treatment plants, airports, landfills, sewage disposal, kennels, veterinary hospitals.
So those are all the SUP.
These are all the SUP.
So I think I was mostly concerned with
Yeah.
the first couple letters there.
Yeah.
The uses by right.
Yeah. So you've got your single family dwellings, daycare homes, small logging, agriculture and ranching, home occupations. And then you also got your daycare units, daycare centers, medium logging operations, and minor oil and gas exploration.
And so then the question is, are we okay with those things being done on smaller than 35 acres on Wrights Mesa, given that we know Wrights Mesa wants to maintain the 35-acre rural feel? And then, so that's F block. How about the Wrights Mesa?
So Wrights Mesa, normal and customary agriculture and ranching. So this has less than 150 acres and greater than 150 acres. So under less than 150 acres, normal and customary agriculture and ranching, single family dwellings, accessory buildings, daycare homes. Again, the small logging, home occupations, equestrian activities up to 3,000 square feet, and bed and breakfast with 5 or fewer rooms. And then if 150 acres or larger, that bumps up your logging, your equestrian, certain hunting lodges, animal breeding and boarding, and animal kennels, and fruit and vegetable stands. And then that's uses by right on 150 acres or larger. And then under administrative review, secondary dwelling unit on parcels 5 acres or larger. And provided that, you know, there's certain provisions here, for that secondary dwelling unit. There's no other uses other than a single family dwelling, no subdivision exemption for Wrights Mesa. That's a specific type. That's not any subdivision exemption. And the parcel was created through that subdivision process. And then larger logging operations, open land protection, subdivision exemption, and minor oil and gas exploration.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to understand.
Yeah.
Good, man. We've got 2 challenges. One is what do we do about the historical record and and the current uses that are being done. And I imagine out of that, out of all the SUPs that are already in place on smaller properties, some of them probably aren't viable anymore, or aren't being used. I mean, I imagine there's some more ones. Do we do a, can we clean up?
Right at this point, we have not done a full search for every SUP approved in the county. We're going to be doing, digitizing all of our documents this year, at which point we'll be able to do a search. Right now, it's just opening up a paper file and saying, yep, nope. Yeah. So the ones that we listed were ones that we looked at, looked around and said, oh yeah, we know about. And that's why they were listed. And I think there might have been one on that list that we said that might not be operating now. But they were, the ones that we immediately knew about.
And can we blame all those old ones on Mike?
Some of them, yeah. And some of them can be blamed on Richard and his crew too.
I can sit down and go.
Yeah.
Doesn't change where we're at.
Yeah.
None of it was 2024.
The second issue is, what we want to put in place going forward. And I think one of the considerations we need to give to that is that if we are creating mechanism to allow SUPs on conforming sized properties, we are in effect concentrating the impact of that SUP on a smaller footprint, on a smaller space. And I'm cognizant of the potential impacts on neighbors. I'm thinking about, what if I had a 35-acre property and everything around me was substandard? I got 9 or 10 possible SUP applications I gotta go fight. Because I didn't buy my property because I was thinking I was gonna be next to lumber yards and stuff like that.
Yeah, and that goes back to, as you're looking at each request for an SUP, you have to look at the impacts of the project, its proposal itself. Noise, light, dust, traffic, visual, odors, all of that. Are they being sufficiently mitigated by the proposal? And then the other part that we have is the cumulative impacts. So if you start ending up with a cluster of small lots that all have intensive uses that aren't adequately mitigated, again, that's grounds something that can be used in your decision-making process. So the impacts of not only the individual proposal, but the cumulative impacts. So we've got all those in the code already.
Yeah, I haven't structured formal thought around it, but it probably was mentioned in one of the public comments, but I guess I'd raise the question whether the approval criteria for what should be a 35-acre or greater lot is tight enough for considering SUPs on smaller properties. Yeah. And I'll just throw out a couple of examples. We might want to take a look at a tighter sound requirement, depending on the SUP, or visual impacts that are more specific. I'm just asking, should our review criteria on a substandard lot for an SUP be tighter in terms of impacts around the neighborhood? Or do we think that the wrenches and screwdrivers that we have now are sufficient?
Well, for example, a dog kennel in the middle of a 35-acre lot is going to have a much different impact than a dog kennel in the middle of a 5-acre lot.
Sure.
Or a 1-acre lot.
Sure, but the question is, does our current guidance structures through our current rules allow us to mitigate or deny that? On the smaller size.
So the noise standard is that noise cannot exceed 50 or 60 decibels, which is basically normal conversation. at the property line. Doesn't matter if that noise is emanating from 2 acres or from 35 acres. At the property line, where it meets the neighbor's ears, that's what we're concerned about.
Understood. Yeah, and the sound is just the one that came to the top of my mind, but I guess what I'm throwing out is the consideration that, the needle to thread for an SUP on a substandard lot, I think should be tighter. The needle, it should be harder to get the thread through the needle. Because you've got, the smaller size of the of the lot can compound impacts, and I don't have specifics on how that would be, but I think
Yeah.
it would work.
So you've got your, list of, review standards that have to be met. And a lot of times if it's, something is on a, using the dog kennel example on 35 acres, the neighbors are a lot less likely to hear any barking from that, or if it's something that produces some odors or something like that, 35 acres might be the buffer. Whereas on a smaller lot, they might have to take extra measures or steps to ensure that they've met they're mitigating their impacts that a larger lot might not have to. So it's still the same concern. The difference is how are they dealing with mitigating those impacts? And, we don't necessarily need to explain it because, our SUP standards apply to every single private property and some public property in the county. So
we can't say, I don't want a dog kennel on that lot because it's too small, but we can say those dogs are gonna be too loud, you need to do more to mitigate them or go somewhere else.
You can say that, if somebody proposed a use that, they weren't able to adequately mitigate whatever impact, you could, deny it based on that, saying, they're not able to adequately mitigate noise or odor or dust or light or.
But you can't just say, we don't want dogs on that lot.
Right.
Just thinking about other things that might be coming in front of us in the future.
I would say every one of these SUPs that we get, I mean, we get the site inspection. I mean, that's what the purpose of that is to go, never once on the special use permit has this particular, has it come up like, oh, this use in particular is a no-go because it can only be on 35 acres. Like that's never been a thing that's ever been brought up.
Think of a few.
Well, not in terms of like the special use permits that are not conforming that, I mean, we have sat in on, right? Like.
They're not the ones that are approved.
Right. But that doesn't change the fact that we can still have a lot of ways to deal with whether or not that use is appropriate there. I mean, every single special use permit that we did, we've done like I think 3, that I can think of in the Norwood area. Everybody goes and looks at the property, determines what the impacts are going to be, and it doesn't, I think so. I guess my point is, I think there's already enough. The question is whether or not you want to honor what the code actually says or not. But I think the special use permit has a lot to deal with mitigating, all the uses, and I think each one is dealt with kind of on their own merits, which is good. And there's enough to already do that.
You have the tools, we have the tools.
I think
I
so.
haven't had the tools yet, but.
As an example, we had an auto body shop proposed on a smaller lot. Conditions were put on it saying that work has to be done inside and limited outside vehicle storage. That's how that was mitigated.
If we didn't create the possibility of legally obtaining an SUP on a substandard lot, would it be possible in the course of the application for us to waive the 35 acre requirement?
No,
We can't create the exception on the fly.
no. And lot size is not something that's typically allowed to be modified by the Board of Adjustment either.
And that's because it's arbitrary.
Um. Not that it's arbitrary, there's just kind of, they tend to modify things like setbacks. But lot area and uses are not typically something that they modify. And no, it's much cleaner to just, set a path and,
And it's not specifically germane to what we're talking about here, but I'm also aware that SUPs are the source of some of our, if not most of our enforcement challenges.
SUPs or the lack thereof.
Well, that too. But even the ones we approved, I know that's a larger issue that has to be tackled at the town level. That's not.
It kind of goes both ways, yeah.
Well, I guess it does beg the question, Joe Solomon had commented that.
Actually, Stephanie.
Oh, sorry, Stephanie, sorry. She's in the room. Yeah, the Solomon office, is what I'm thinking of. They had commented that the master plan for the West End suggested we should do away with the SUP process altogether. What would the alternative be?
So, yeah, so there's the Wrights Mesa master plan. That was adopted in 2010. And it, reinforced the rural agriculture character, but it also wanted to leave the possibility for people to use their properties in ways that were beneficial to them. And so to implement that, the new Wrights Mesa Zone District standards were adopted, and that includes the Wrights Mesa Rural Agriculture, Rural Residential, Town Residential, and Wrights Mesa Light Industrial. And so if you look at how uses are distributed in that zone district, there's still, you have your uses by right, very similar to what I showed you on the other ones. And then it, gets into, uses that can be considered that are, commercial or industrial or public, and that have, whether they're allowed, by right administratively or as some sort of SUP. So all of that's already been in there, and that was part of the implementing stage for that master plan. And then you get into the West End Zone District, which is a whole other creature.
Yeah.
There's most things don't even, single family residences and a number of uses don't even have to get development permits from us, but some commercial activity does have to get an SUP. So, there's still that notion that, some uses require an additional level of review.
And so the Wrights Mesa master plan then, I think, was the one that the Solomon suggested didn't need the SUP or didn't want the SUPs anymore. The people thought it was cumbersome or something, but would there be an alternative? I mean, what I'm saying is this is essentially like doubling down on SUPs, where it sounded like the master plan maybe wanted to step away from them. So do we
I'd have
thoughts on
to
that?
go back and review the SUP or the master plan and see exactly what they were looking at. And there's several components to the master plan. There's what's actually adopted, and then there's also the public input portion. And sometimes people look at the public input portion, and that's may not be what got put in there. I don't know though. I'd have to.
Okay. Other questions at this point? And I'd like to open it up for public comment. We have a few patient voices here, and we have some folks online, and we'll do our usual alternative. So, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Up on up.
Good afternoon, Chris Hawkins with Alpine Planning. So when I first started as a county planner, one of the first things I was taught when you get an application, especially in a rural county, is if application comes in, it didn't meet the minimum lot size, it's non-conforming. Went to the non-conforming section of the code. That's the way I was trained as a planner. And that's where I started this journey here as well too. And so when they say this is the policy of the county, I also learned this phrase in Summit County, zoning by oral tradition. Something that's just transferred from one generation of planners to the other that might not necessarily be a policy or a code requirement, but in the end, for whatever reason, this substandard section has just been overlooked. And I'm glad you're talking about it today. In my looking at this, I went back to see, okay, when was this adopted? What did it say? How long has this been in place? And it took me quite a bit of time because I looked at the old zoning resolution and it was adopted in 1990. And that version of the code just limited it to permitted uses, which I understand. You should have property rights that you're able to use permitted uses. Then a year later in 1991, they limited it down for some reason. And I don't think that was really the intent you can get a building permit for a single family residence. Didn't say anything else about permitted uses. And again, I don't think that's right myself because you should be able to do ag and other permitted uses, home occupations, whatever. And so those were the policies and it changed a little bit. I'm sure you've seen this in my letter for the High Country Zone District standard, but that's it. They're really limited today to single family residences. And should that be opened up to allow for permitted uses across the board? Absolutely, in my opinion, as a planner for property rights, I believe strongly in property rights. But the bigger question about should we allow special use permits on non-conforming parcels, that really is a community decision. But when you look at that and you say, okay, you can do anything in the public interest, well, what is the public interest? It's the master plans. And so in this review, I really encourage you to slow this train down and look at the master plans. There's no rush here. If we're not doing this for one application, you're doing this to solve a bigger picture, is to pull out the master plans and look at them. And I did, and I couldn't find one policy in the plan that says we should allow for more intensive uses on substandard size parcels. Some counties allow this. They're okay with it, but they do develop a specific criteria for substandard size parcels. And that actually is mentioned in the Wrights Mesa Master Plan. And I cited that in my letter where it said, there's a concern there might not be good enough performance standards for these. And so maybe we should look at that. And I put a plethora of ideas in there, such as limitations on outdoor disturbance or storage or, other limitations. I had a whole punch list of things you could look at to limit those if you decide to go down that path. But I think if you honestly look at the plans and you look at the purpose and intent of the code, I don't see where it's saying, let's allow for more intensive uses on substandard size parcels myself. And again, this is a policy decision that should be based on the master plan and certainly the purpose and intent of the code. But, in the end of that, I hope the research was helpful for you as you go through this and look at the history of it and make this decision to go forward. But I'd really look around at other counties too. You don't have to reinvent the wheel here. And my other comment would be the land use code has not been changed in 36 years that I could find in a cohesive manner. Maybe I've missed that part, but piecemealing major code amendments over time, this happens. And it's unfortunate, but at some point the code will get redrafted and you can have a bigger conversation for it, but at least look at other counties that are out there. And there are other counties that limit it and say, you get uses by right. Some say only single family use. So it's really your decision. Do we want to implement the plan and do we want to meet the purpose of the code? And I would recommend you look at that as you consider your deliberation. So thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Jenny Russell looks to be head of the queue online.
Hi, thank you. I guess my one comment is I don't think that special use permits are at all, should be at all considered. And that's based on my experience. I think special use permits are basically based on fantasy. And that fantasy is that there's going to be any enforcement whatsoever. I represented a client about 5 years ago, excuse me, where the neighbor had a special use permit for an auto body shop, an auto repair shop, and he was in violation on so many points. He had 8 people living there in various non-residential structures, including RVs and vans. He had a single septic system that had been permitted for 1 toilet in his commercial building. And I begged the county for over a year to do any enforcement, and it never happened. Ultimately, the solution was to bring it to the planning commission, and they gave him they actually let him slide quite a bit. You guys did kind of reel him in a little bit, but I just couldn't believe the lack of enforcement. And I have heard that over and over again. And I think that until you have a strong program of enforcement, there should be no special use permits. You can have all the conditions, you can look at the property, you can have all the conditions that you want, but if you're not going to enforce it and the county does not enforce special use permits, why are you granting them? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right.
Again. Hi, my name is Ken Watt. Cards are on the table now. You know, it's determined, you know, by county attorney. We've got some uses out there that were approved illegally. And so you have a resolution in front of you, an amendment to clean all this up. One broad stroke of the pen cleans all the past errors up. Makes them good. Neat and tight. I think you need to take a deeper look at this. And, you know, you've heard a couple comments now about the Wrights Mesa Master Plan. The memo that came out from staff didn't mention the Wrights Mesa Master Plan at all. And we, you know, how this kind of went through over the holidays, not much notice. We're the lone person from Norwood here, right? I mean, this is affecting a lot of the West End. Nobody knows this is happening. I called Candy Meehan the other day, talked to her mayor down in Norwood. She didn't know about it. So let's look at this and get people, the stakeholders, the people who are impacted by this, let them have a voice in this. Let's get the meeting down in Norwood. So, you know, the Wrights Mesa Master Plan, it doesn't want, it discourages second principal uses. It doesn't like them. It wanted heavy commercial down around the town of Norwood. It didn't identify where. There is no heavy commercial around Norwood, but it defined that it wanted to create some zoning. So that was in what, 2008, I believe that went through. So here we are today. We still don't have any heavy commercial zoning in Norwood. So what it forces you guys to do is do this little spot zoning around with these special use permits, which master plan doesn't like. So, you know, people around Norwood, they always complain, can't get an electrician, can't get a plumber, can't get this, can't get that. We don't have any zoning for these people to land in. So let's look at the bigger picture now that we have a chance with this and get some permanent zoning in place that's saleable. Special use permits, you can't sell these. They don't go with the property. They aren't worth anything. They're worth it to the operator at the time, but I can't sell it later. So property values go up. More money goes to the schools, to taxes. That's what we're trying to build here. Let's look at the long term. And I think this is a great chance for us to make that step for a long-term plan on Wrights Mesa. You know, here we are, we're dragging up the dregs of the past 30 years and they're coming back to haunt us. Let's think forward. So along with this, you know, the West End Vision Plan has been going on. Girls have been working on that for 1.5 years and it's about to come to fruition.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
So call them Michaela Gordon. They envision a buffer zone around the town that the county land use code would mirror the town. The town is just starting to redo their land use code. Here's a good opportunity for you guys to match up with the town. They envisioned heavy commercial on Highway 145. There is your permanent zoning. Let's make this happen and make it productive for all of us and look to the future 30 years down the road. Okay, thanks for your time.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, online we have Stephanie Solomon.
Hi. The video's disabled by the host, it says.
Mhm.
Can you allow me to appear by video?
Yeah, give us a moment.
Yeah.
You can
Okay,
make
thank you.
Their co-host or just change settings for the entire meeting.
I mean, it's okay if you can't, but I prefer to be on video if possible.
Yeah, just make her co-host for a moment. You should be able to turn it on now.
Yeah, try it now, Stephanie.
Yes. Well, no. Hi, there we go. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Stephanie Solomon on behalf of Ken and CJ Watt. We believe the amendment should be denied for the following reasons, and they're all more specifically stated in my letter I submitted last week. But first off, the amendment is being proposed for the wrong reason. There's been talk by county staff today of a conflict between various provisions in the code, and quite honestly, I'm not seeing a conflict. To me, the code is clear, and one section that was not read yet today or put up on the screen is the Rights Mesa section 5-319-1H. The minimum, it states, and I'm quoting, the minimum parcel size for each principal use is 35 acres. I don't know how you can be more clear. That's been the law in the land use code for over 30 years. So to say that we need to change the land use code and get rid of the 35-acre requirement because it's ambiguous and not clear is just a pretext to me. I don't think it's the real reason. It seems like the real reason, what's going on here, is that the amendment is being proposed to legalize past mistaken approvals. And instead of owning those mistakes and dealing with them directly, which could cause legal repercussions, and no one's denying that, the county's now proposing to retroactively legalize these past approvals. And further, they don't stop there. This amendment now wants to allow industrial uses on every parcel of every size throughout the county on Rights Mesa and the agricultural zone district. Administrative error is not a valid planning justification or tool, and these past mistakes should not drive future land use policy. That's reason number one. The amendment's being proposed for the wrong reason. Reason number two is the amendment's unconstitutional and arbitrary, and it's not being proposed for a rational reason related to public health, safety, or welfare. Number three, the amendment, as I think has been brought up, is overly broad and a major policy shift. And the policy really hasn't been approving these past SUPs. That's not been the policy. We believe staff just discovered last month that these approvals happened in the past. And so it wasn't a policy to approve them. It was just a mistake, an error that they were approved over the past 30 years a few times. Third, I'm sorry, I'm on to four. The fourth reason the amendment should be denied is it ignores the property owner's reliance on the existing zoning. This, and I think someone brought this up too, that the amendment has the potential to double density and intensity overnight. That is fundamentally unfair, and it undermines the stability that zoning is meant to provide. Number five.
Solomon, 30 seconds, please.
Yep, the amendment conflicts with the Rights Mesa Master Plan and the West End Vision project. No one's mentioned that yet either. And, you know, finally, we did ask staff to postpone the hearing because of the holidays and to allow more time to involve all stakeholders and residents. And the county declined our request. So, you know, here we are in a hastily set hearing that was set a few weeks ago with many people not present or aware and rushing through a proposal that would forever change the nature of Wrights Mesa and the agricultural zone district. So we ask you to deny the amendment. Thank you.
Like to speak also? You're here. You're good? Okay. All right. Mayor Meehan.
All right, thank you very much for having me here today. And I'm talking to you on behalf of the town of Norwood and the Norwood Water Commission regarding the land use code update that's currently before you. At this time, neither the town nor the Water Commission has received formal notice or been engaged in intergovernmental coordination related to these proposed changes. That's concerning because policy level LUC updates can have real downstream impacts on municipal infrastructure, water systems, emergency services, land use compatibility, and the long-range planning for Norwood and the broader Wrights Mesa region. I also want to note that there's a human and a community dimension in these code changes. Residences, businesses, service providers will experience impacts that are not always visible in the code itself. You know, certainly infrastructure demand, public safety concerns, you know, housing stability. Right now, there is no neutral structured way for those impacts to be shared or understood in this part of the process. And clear that town and the Water Commission are not taking positions for or against the land use code update. Our intent is to simply ensure that affected communities are informed, impacts are acknowledged, and the local governments and special districts are not placed in a reactive position after these decisions are already advancing. Given who's most likely affected, I'd respectfully request that planning and zoning hold locally accessible public meetings regarding this specific land use code amendment at the San Miguel County Sheriff's Annex. Holding a meeting in Norwood will allow the residents and the regional stakeholders to participate meaningfully and help build a more complete public record before recommendations move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. No one else in line. I see Mr. Tooley has his hand up.
Douglas Tooley, just a very quick question. Has there been an inventory of those substandard parcels that have been granted special use permits in the past? Illegally, allegedly, illegally, or correctly? And secondly, is there a list of those parcels that have not yet been so permitted in the property, and have all of those property owners and their adjacent neighbors been notified? Thirdly, thank you.
Okay, I think I can pretty safely say the answer to that is not yet. Certainly no, we have not done a comprehensive inventory at this point. But thanks, it was a good question. Any other public comment? Any other hands up? Guess not. Okay, we will close the public comment. Thank you guys for your input and your presence. Commissioners. What you thinking?
Nose goes.
I think
Said anything yet?
I think that, I mean, the 35 acres was in the code, right? Like it was there. The intent of why it was put there in the 90s. I think the master plan is a good thing to look at for that. I think that's the reason that they exist. And looking at the packet, I didn't have time to go and, you know, read into that. Because that was my main question or main, it's not even a question, it's just a fact. Like it's a fact that it says 35 acres, right? Like that's in there. And the question like then it's like, well, do we want to keep it or not for special use permits? And understanding why it was there in the first place, I think is something, I think that's important.
Okay. Yeah, I would mirror those remarks myself, that it's clear that where we are is off of what was the stated intention in both the original land use code sections on 35 and the master plan.
I'm flip-flopping in my head because on the one hand, I'm saying, yeah, 35 acres is what their master plan has suggested they want to stay. They want the rural feel out there. I mean, this is where I live. Yeah, you know, I was really concerned with uses by right. And then having the SUP process in order to say, hey, if you want a more intensive use, then we have this SUP process. So that would be a bit of a safeguard for these smaller lot sizes. However, hearing some of what our commenters have said about there being no guardrails once an SUP is out in the world, there's no enforcement or very, very difficult enforcement. That is concerning because if SUPs are going to be the name of the game for these smaller lot sizes, and we think that that's solving a problem, it sounds like it might actually be creating a problem. So do we want to open up the floodgates for that problem to exist on these smaller lot sizes?
It
That's where I'm
doesn't,
struggling.
it also doesn't seem like it's an insubstantial amount of lots.
It's a lot of lots.
Right. I mean, it's good. This has like a, you know, we're not talking about a handful by any means.
Yeah, I thought we would have been. When I first saw this, I was thinking dozens. We're talking 600, 700
573.
plus one something.
Yeah. I'd also would make the point, and I appreciate that we, you know, put rhetoric to use, but I would offer the counterpoint that if we modify the land use code to allow for SUP applications on substandard size lots, we are not granting SUPs on every piece of property in the county. We are opening a door to whatever are affected properties to apply should they choose to, and we have mechanisms in place by which we evaluate those SUPs and either, you know, approve them or don't. So it's not exactly a wildcat situation as much as it is if we were to approve that. It opens some doors for applications to be processed if someone chooses to bring them forward. That said, I would submit that I think the public would be better served if we were to put together a joint meeting with the county commissioners, because they're the ones who have to deal with the more legal aspects of where we are at the moment in Norwood, and have an opportunity for the large number of affected lots to be notified and come to an understanding about what the goals and objectives are and how it fits with the master. I don't want to change the land use code to override what the Rights Mesa master plan. That doesn't serve us. Just where I am. That's a ton of work, I know. Okay.
Yeah, reminding you that this code amendment, while it impacts the Rights Mesa area, impacts the entire county.
Should.
It is not exclusive to Rights Mesa.
Right, FSM is East End as well.
Yeah.
But it is notable that the only commenters in this room are here because they were here for a completely separate issue and happened to know about this. And no one else knows what's going on. And yet this is going to affect potentially people all across the county.
Well, our in-person people commented at the last meeting too.
Yeah.
They were known.
Right, but I mean, like, these people know because they were here for a separate application.
Oh, you're saying.
And no one else knows about this. for their own, it's not our fault, but it might be worth trying harder to get more public opinion, because right now it seems like we're stumbling to come up with the right answer. So I think one way to solve that is say, I want to hear more from the public. I want more input to help me come up with my solution in my head.
Yeah. On the other hand, although we have instances, as recently as, a year and a half ago, dating and then running back 30 years of SUPs being requested and approved on legally non-conforming lots. We haven't had that many inquiries from people wanting to establish businesses on their property. So I think by adopting this, I don't think we open the floodgates. We don't suddenly have get inundated with, suddenly everybody wants to have, some sort of commercial activity on their property. This amendment won't change that, but it'll be, we'll be able to, speak with certainty again, to property owners who are interested and who have questions.
Well, I think you have strong support for taking what are deemed to be the appropriate steps to clarify those who currently have SUPs. And I guess I'll ask for a straw vote since there's the 4 of us. On a question of, are we willing to work through a process that grandfathers in the existing SUPs that are non-conforming? And this is just a straw ballot. I just want to see where.
Yeah, I would. I think the SUP process is functional. I think it brings everybody to the table, and we have a in-depth hearing. Almost always have a site inspection. And so the only thing, and so I have no issues with the SUPs that we've recently approved that don't conform. And I would do, I don't think I would change that procedure at all, but the code, we've been advised that the code, even though we did it right and we did it with the best intentions and following all of those special use requirements, the code says what it says, and there's no way around that. So I would have no problem grandfathering in what we've done.
As an exception in whatever form that takes.
Yeah, but I don't know how we do that either. That's
just
but there was nothing about the process that took place that determined that the 35 acres was this because it's not on 35 acres. This is there's nothing about that process that suggested that 35 acres was even an appropriate minimum, other than it says it in the code.
Ian, any thoughts?
One thought I have is that I'm looking at the list that on page 78, 77 that show some of the examples that were brought up. And well, there's a whole range of things there. There's a greenhouse permit. Okay, well, how much noise does a greenhouse make? And maybe they're moving things around. Occasionally, it's pretty low impact. And then there's a staging area that is using forklift a lot. As I was saying, there's a range of impacts from these things. Moving around heavy equipment is one thing, and moving pots around with plants is another, for example. Or having even an office there. I see construction contractor offices. It has almost no impact except for vehicles coming and going. So that's one of the things you have to look at and during a special use permit process, that this is gonna really impact the neighbors or not. We ran into a situation where there, you know, I can't say exactly how to describe that, but it seems like it caused a lot of impact to the neighbors, and therefore we heard about it. It seems like that's something we should have. Going back and grandfathering or not is another issue. That's the word that came up in my head, that we're gonna have to grandfather all those other situations because it's too much of a tangle legally. I'm not the legal expert here, but it sounds like trouble to me.
Yeah, we don't even know if we can, I suppose, but
Yeah.
I just was trying to get a sense of where you guys were on the grandfathering aspect.
Yeah, so that would make me lean towards grandfathering the rest of it.
Okay.
I would absolutely grandfather them in. And I think what you said earlier really kind of helped put a more clear point on the juxtaposition in my head. On one hand, it's 35-acre lots, preserve rural vibe, if you will, have things large, open space spread out, or property rights. You know, the number 6 on this list that Mara sent is a retail greenhouse and nursery on a 5-acre parcel. And as people are being priced out of the east end of the county and pushing out to the west end, we're going to probably see more people trying to create business out there. And so I want to make that a possibility. I want people to be able to have their 5-acre greenhouse. So how do we balance those? And it sounds like taking this back to the public and having maybe a joint session with the BOCC, looking back at the master plan, considering commercial zoning around the town of Norwood, that all might be part of a bigger picture that we need to wrap this into. And that's where I'm sitting right now.
The master plan, Rice Mesa master plan that we're talking about, when was that adopted?
Around 2010, 2009, thereabouts.
Are they working update?
No, that's a little ways off for us. We have a lot of other things ahead.
We're working our way down well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But separate from a master plan update, what about just implementing a master plan? How do we change zoning around the town of Norwood? If what they wanted was commercial zoning around Norwood, how do we do that?
Well, we don't, it is.
Who do?
Town of Norwood.
But it's around the town of Norwood.
Well, but they have, there's like.
I mean, I don't know. That's what I heard today as a comment was they wanted commercial zoning around the town of Norwood.
Yeah.
Is that something we just do?
So, no, when the master plan was adopted, and then the very next thing that was done was adopt the new Rights Mesa zone district. And in the new Rights Mesa zone district, there's four zones. There's Rights Mesa Town Residential, which is expected to basically hope, if not annex into the town, at least develop in a town-like manner.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Rights Mesa Light Industrial, and all those parcels so designated in that master plan are close to the town. There's Rights Mesa Rural Residential, which is intended to take in some residential and mobile home zoning that's small lots. That specifically does, it recognizes the small lots and it specifically limits the uses. We just had a tough conversation with somebody this week explaining that no, they could not have an accessory dwelling unit on that property. Because of the current zoning plus, the current mobile home zoning, plus what could be under the Rights Mesa Rural Residential. And then the bulk of it is the Rights Mesa Rural Agriculture. And it's similar to the F zone in that it's primarily large lot, rural, agricultural, residential, but allowing people to use their properties for some commercial activities. So, when we went through the whole list of all the SUP stuff. So that zone district adoption actually implemented the master plan at that time. And there are certain uses in there that say that you can be on, smaller lots. You don't have to be on the 35-acre lot. So, at the heart of it, I would describe the Wrights Mesa Master Plan as recognizing the rights of property owners with an emphasis on the rural agricultural character, but also allowing people economic use of their property in a way that doesn't, where you mitigate the impacts and that to their neighbors. And that's what happens through the SUP process. So,
well, I think if we're going to allow. If we're going to, allow for SUP applications from non-conforming, sites. I think that we have to do it however we can in the context of the applicable, master plan. And so if we're running up against that as a specific thing, I don't know if it's in the notes or if it's in the actual master plan. So that'll be my next read.
yeah. I guess, the SUPs that have been done more recently, you'll have looked at the specific property and what's surrounding them and required mitigation accordingly. I know there are some where lighting was the important thing. So night lighting restrictions have been placed on it. And I'm thinking of some SUPs that are on larger properties as well, where because there was a visibility factor, night lighting was a big deal. Other times it has been traffic or dust. Visual impacts. We had one where, we basically said where they'd be placing storage containers and how they'd be placing them so that it in part screened, visual impacts from the neighbors, but also, limited how much, how much was going on the site, so that it wasn't overly full.
So then what are our enforcement mechanisms? They have lights shining up at the sky and they didn't plant the trees they were supposed to. Is this?
Okay, so,
But then
one thing
does the
that-
sheriff go do something?
No. So enforcement is not an easy process. If people, didn't want to do what they wanted to do, we, wouldn't have to do enforcement. So we've got two different types of enforcement. We've got people that are establishing uses without permits. And those are challenging and eventually you might see them. And then we have the uses that, they do get their SUP, but then over the years, they forget to comply. From our end, administratively, we've gotten much better at tracking our SUPs and also as a body, you and the board have done a better job of putting expectations in there for annual or biannual, whatever inspections. We've had, we've just got a clearer process on how to monitor and move forward. At this point, some of these older ones, we inherited them and we've been, where we get complaints. If somebody thinks that somebody's not following, isn't in compliance, anybody can file a complaint with us. And then we investigate and determine whether or not there is in fact a violation. And we can issue an order to correct it. And if they fail to do so, then we can bring it back in for review. Most of them go to the BOCC. The code explains this. There's an
But-
enforcement section.
But then, like, ultimately, how do you get someone to comply?
Um,
Business license, or you arrest them,
If,
or what?
no, if they just keep on not complying, if they keep on not complying, then, ultimately, we could take them into court. And we're usually trying to find every single solution we can to work with them, ahead of time. And there's no one single answer, but, as I said, yes, I know that there have been some really bad problems in the past. There have been many cases of not doing inspections, annual inspections, or, any regular inspections. There's some old ones that just say inspection after the first year, and then that's silent about anything after that. So we're trying to stay on top of it and not let those things get out of hand. Yes, I'm aware that there were some that got quite, were quite egregious once upon a time, and we've been trying to fix all of them.
Okay. What action would the commission like to take today?
So, I mean, I'm confident in the special use permit, like I've been through it, I've seen all sides of it, and it is effective, but I mean, clearly we have no public support for this right now, and don't even know if the public knows about it. And so changing a policy like that, I think is something that we need to get public buy-in for. So I would continue it. Yeah.
I like the idea of a joint session with the BOCC.
I think the best advice today, and Maura, jump in if you want to say anything different, would be to, let's just table it for now. We'll go back as staff, look at it, talk amongst ourselves, talk to BOCC members and see how they feel, and we'll see, we may come back.
Something that would help me too would be like a map. It's just a GIS image. I don't need details, but just like, where are these non-conforming lots? What are they? Like, just a sense of what we're even talking about here.
Yeah, when you're looking at the entire county, it's impossible to map them because, on the county scale, they're so small.
Make them hot pink. Sure, they're small, they're non-conforming.
There'd be a lot of dots. But, just, if you go in through our GIS and you zoom in a bit, you can kind of figure out what's the 35 acres or larger and what isn't. And, there's a whole bunch of subdivisions up on Hastings Mesa. There's all of the down valley, from Fall Creek, Sawpit area, all the way down through Old Placerville. There's, you can kind of see that. And then there's some that, they're, different zoning, like Trout Lake is a PUD, zoning.
So this wouldn't even apply to that.
Because they have a PUD.
Exactly. So I guess maybe it's, if you can't do a map.
There's
summary.
There's a number of areas along Ilium Valley there, that's.
Can Heather define a view? A filter of those and just let us know.
Yeah.
Link us to it and we can look at it on our-
What we can do with, if we've got more preparation, if we're gonna have another meeting on this,
Right.
at that point, we'll have her, make an interactive map that we can project.
Yeah.
And then show you that way. It's just, but yeah, I mean, they're all over, they're everywhere. We already had, in 1995, like I said, the BOCC recognized that, the Fall Creek, lots, didn't have to combine, if under common ownership, but they didn't do that for Red Ridge or Chattahoochee Hills or for Juniper Village or, Placer Village or any of those. So. It's,
so Matt, you want to amend your motion?
it's,
To table it, I don't even know if it's
I don't think we even really need them.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to make a motion to table.
Well,
That's fine.
as long as we're all in agreement that that's what.
Yeah, that's, yeah,
Since this is a staff, if we don't have an applicant.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you don't need action, you can just
That would be all right.
declare it tabled.
Okay. By the way, ski patrol took Telsky's offer.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's over on Saturday. Thank you for
Saturday. Thank you.
Okay, is that our last item?
That was our last item.
Excellent. All right, move to adjourn.
You want me to? Yeah.
I move to adjourn.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
Okay. I'm learning.
You guys are gonna eat supper here too.
Okay, well, we'll
Thank you.
celebrate. Your favorite ski patrollers. Yeah. Okay, thanks, everybody. Okay.
Now it's on.
Oh, okay. Just wanted to say, I know that there were some folks, who had their hands raised after the, public comment had been closed, so that's why you weren't called on us. We weren't called on for that. Thanks.
And just to let you know, are we off? Hold on.
Nope, you gotta mute,